So some things before we get started. Thank you to our sponsors and all our sister companies. In case you didn't know, Black Hills, Antisyphon, Wild West, Hack and Fast, Active Countermeasures. We're all one big happy family, which is a lot of fun. Hopefully you've grabbed this already, but you'll need the class VM to be able to do all of the labs. So this is a virtual machine that is based on Ubuntu that has AC Hunter up and running. I gave you 3 different links, all the same thing. They're just in different formats depending upon what hypervisor that you're using. If you can't download the VM, I had somebody contact me this morning and say, hey, I'm in New Zealand. And the download is going really slow. We do have an option for you to be able to work with online instances. In fact, Bill, if you wouldn't mind, if you could post a current version of the FAQ to the content channel, that would be awesome.
Shall do. The times and so on are going to be off, but I'll post the last fact.
Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. So what these are is these are images running in the public cloud that has AC Hunter up and running on it. There are some limitations. You will have read-only access, and that's it. And the reason for that is, well, if I'm on there and you're on there, and I decide to be a pain in the butt and I delete all the databases, well, now it's hard for you to do anything. So you'll only have read-only access. So you'll be able to do 90% of the labs, maybe a little bit more than that, 95. I think there's only 1 or 2 labs where you're kind of limited, where we will delete some safe list entries and stuff like that. You just won't be able to do that on the shared instances. But this does give you an option if you can't go through and actually download the VM. What's online is one minor version behind the virtual machine, which is the current version of AC Hunter. They look a little bit different. Don't worry about it. I can talk you through it when we get to that. Can we do this without the VM? Is this recorded so I can do the VM later? Absolutely. So can you do it without the VM? Yes, that's what I was talking about here. So go grab the FAQ from the content channel. That'll tell you how to get logged into these instances online. Yes, this absolutely will be recorded. In fact, I think it gets streamed live to our YouTube channel. So you could literally get to the end of class and then immediately go to the YouTube video and start going back through it again if you wanted to. I'm not sure why you'd want to hear my voice twice in a row, but just in case. When you pull down the VM, it'll probably download and say, hey, you need to patch, you need to upgrade, you need to do all these things to it. Should you do that? It's always okay to install security patches, but when you upgrade the operating system, you take a very, very big chance of breaking things. Things don't always survive OS upgrades. So I would highly recommend that you install security patches only. The command here I gave you can just open a terminal, run that. That'll get it patched and up to date. You'll be all set to go from there. Don't worry about the fact that it's Ubuntu. I think I ran this out on like 20.04. And I think 22 is the main one right now, and 24 is coming. So yeah, you'll be fine. Just install the security patches and you'll be set to go. Now, I gave you VMs for a couple of different platforms, VMware and VirtualBox, and then a generic one. The generic one is, hey, just in case either one of the first 2 don't work for you, you can fall back on the third. These are all designed for Intel chips. We don't have a version of the VM that runs on ARM yet. So if you're on a Macintosh, a newer Macintosh system with the ARM chipset, your best bet is going to be to use the online instances. So grab the FAQ, get off in that direction, and you'll be good to go from there. VM and VirtualBox configure things slightly differently by default. With VMware, it's going to go through and give it a private address that you can go through and you can access directly. With VirtualBox, VirtualBox isolates that instance to keep anybody from being able to attack it and that type of thing, which means if you want to be able to access the ports on it, you have to go in and you have to do port forwarding. That should be set up by default. So you should be able to just launch the VM and use this link and credentials if you're on VMware, this link and credentials if you're on VirtualBox. To log in, the login name is threat. The password is hunting. Lots of people will ask for a reminder on that as we go through. Just, keep it right. Make a note. Slide 8. All the login information is there, type of thing. If you're logging into AC Hunter, right? not the virtual machines graphic interface. That's still login threat password hunting. If you're in your web browser and you're trying to log into AC Hunter, the login name is threat@activecountermeasures.com. Password is hunting too. Some problems you might run into. I've seen instances where people will go to start up the VMware VM and they'll run into an issue where it will say, oh, this hardware is not supported, blah, 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 and it just crashes and dies. Don't worry about it. Right click on it, go to manage, change hardware compatibility, and just do what the wizard tells you to do. And you'll be in good shape. That'll go through, convert the VM to run with your specific version of VMware, and you should be off to the races after that. The other problem I've seen with VMware is sometimes it changes that IP address and gives you something slightly different. You may have another VM running that's already using that IP, so it'll assign a new one to this one here. So if you try to connect to the VMware IP and it doesn't work, that's okay. Open up your VM, open up a terminal screen, and type this command in. This will tell you what IP address is being used by that VM. So now when you go to connect to it with SSH or a web browser or whatever, just use the IP address you discovered running this command versus the one that I have in the slides. Should still be part of 192.168.149. It's just the host IP might change to something else. For other problems with VMware, what I found was that what usually solves the problem is throwing more RAM at it. VMware is a real resource hog. I tried to tune down the memory requirements for the VM as much as possible, just because we don't all run, 8 gigs, 16 gigs, 32 gigs, whatever RAM. Some of us only have like 2. So I tried to minimize this as much as I possibly could so that the most number of people can run it. But sometimes that causes conflicts on people's systems, in which case, throw some more RAM at it. If that doesn't fix the problem, add another vCPU or 2, and that should clear things up. VBox, you tend to have fewer problems here. VBox, you can't connect to the loopback interface. If you're on VirtualBox and you can't connect to with SSH or with a web browser, first thing to look at: do you have your personal firewall running on your system? If you do, you got to shut it off, or you're at least got to open up these ports for local access. The other possibility, I've seen this rarely, but it does seem to happen sometimes, and I haven't been able to lock down what may cause it. But sometimes when people start this up, it wipes that setup for some reason. If you open up a command prompt and you type this, so let's say you're running this VM on Windows, right? Open up your Windows command prompt, type in this command here. If you see this, the port is open and listening, you can connect to this port on the loopback interface, and that'll get you down to the VirtualBox machine. If you don't see this, if you don't see anything listed as listening, okay, now your port forwarding setup got messed up for some reason. Click this link, follow the instructions there. That'll get you set up and going. So when you log into AC Hunter for the first time, it's going to say, hey, I need you to load a database. The database you want to load is DNS-Cat2-JA3. You may or may not have all these other databases listed, and if you don't worry about it. This is the one that we're going to be working with initially, and then we'll be importing some after that. So I gave you a couple of slides on the sneak preview. Charm bracelet bubble T. That's what the UI is based on. I knew it was T something, right? It's charm bracelet bubble T. So, but as you can see, it's a pretty cool interface. So if you're doing dev work, you may want to consider throwing some love to that project. If you're building anything that'll be running off of the command line, you can build some really cool stuff. They have a lot of modular capability that's just built right in. It's pretty cool. But I already gave you a demo of this and showed you what it looked like. I just wanted to give you a couple of screenshots to take away with as well. When can I get it? Where can I get it? Like I said, it'll be available this Friday. Figure noon time or so Eastern time is about when it should show up. Some shameless plugs. Our illustrious Mr. Bill. Yes, that is his official job title within active countermeasures, master of shitty little shell scripts. That is his official job title. But Bill is awesome when it comes to Linux. So I've known Bill for over 20 years. And one of the things I learned very early when I met Bill was Bill seems to know everything about Linux, to the point where the OCD part of me needed to start keeping track of things I could teach Bill about Linux that he didn't already know. And I think in the last 20 years, I might have made it to 5 items, if that. But Bill has a class on managing Linux systems and going through and writing some shell scripting and doing automation. Great way to go through and save time with some common tasks. That's an on-demand course. Link for it is here. I've also got a bunch of different classes I teach. Here's the list. If you go here, you'll be able to find links to go off on them. I think they're all available. Docker isn't available yet. I gave it to them. I don't think they've posted it yet. Just nag Zach if you want to take it. Hey, where's this course? Hey, where's this course? And if enough people bug him, he'll actually get it up and going. Because Zach is running Antisyphon now. He has nothing else to do but post my class. So yeah, go ahead and bug him. Tell him I sent you. He'll love that. But yeah, if you're interested in any of the other classes, here's a link. If you are located in Florida, there is a security event taking place this weekend in Fort Myers on Saturday. It's running from 11 to 6 o'clock. This is a free security event, which is kind of cool. I was taking a look at some of the talks that are taking place. Should be cool. I'm going to make an appearance at that. So if you're in the Florida area and you want to come out to Fort Myers on Saturday, please do. And if you're there, hey, try and find me and say hi. Would love to chat with you. And that's it for all the shameless plugs. So logistics here, we're going to take a 10-minute break at the top of each hour. Halfway through the class, we'll take a 20-minute break. That'll give you extra time to, water the cat, feed the dog, whatever it is you need to do. And we'll use Discord for questions. We talked about that. I'm going to be talking about a lot of command line stuff. And some of us are not fluent in command line speak. That's okay. Like one of the things I like to do is nest commands. So there'll be a command that runs, you see the little bar symbol, command that runs, little bar symbol. What does this mean? Well, this just means run this first command, and rather than printing the output of that command to the screen, run it through a second command. And rather than printing that to the screen, run that through a third command, and then print it out to the screen. Why would you want to do that? I'll show you some examples when we dig into it. But the fact that I nest commands sometimes can make it a little bit challenging. This is an awesome website, explainshell.com, because you can literally copy the command, paste it into Explain Shell, and Explain Shell will go through and explain what's this command, what does it do, what are the command line switches. I'll talk you through this stuff as we go through it, but if you need a little bit more detail, that's a great resource for that type of thing. So some goals for this class. I want to make sure we get a good definition of cyber threat hunting, because I noticed there tends to be 2 definitions people float around, and it depends upon how long they've been at this for and how badly they need their skills to still be relevant after 10 years. We'll talk about how do you go through and do a threat hunt? What are the things that you need to go in and look for? What's that full process look like, and what takes place at each of the different steps? And then once we go through and kind of talk through all this stuff, I then we'll do some hands-on labs. So I've got some examples of actual command and control channels, and we'll use the AC Hunter Community Edition to go through and hunt that data to see what's a command and control channel look like. How do you find that? So that'll be the second half of the class. So the first half is mostly lecture. The first half is lecture. Second half is going to be mostly hands-on labs. So what is threat hunting? There's a lot of death by threat hunts. PowerPoint. Sorry about that, dude. What is threat hunting? So I see a lot of definitions out there for this. One of the things that I think is most important that needs to be included in every definition of threat hunting is that this is an activity. This is an active process. This is something that you do on a regular basis. It's not something that gets triggered by an event. So, for example, if I'm saying, hey, it's the beginning of the quarter, I'm going to hunt my network, that could be a threat hunt. If I'm saying, hey, my SIM just triggered this alert, I'm going to go through and do a threat hunt. No, you're not doing a threat hunt. You're checking your logs. There's a big difference between the two. I'll get into this a little bit more later, but we've got this huge gap between the tools that try to keep the bad people out and the tools we use to run things down once we know we're in the process of recovering from an incident. That gap in the middle is paramount, that we try and shorten that time frame as much as possible. If you're only responding when you see an alert, you're only responding to things you know about. And the premise of a threat hunt is we're going at this from the perspective of anything could be potentially compromised. We need to validate the integrity of every system. Output is a compromise assessment. Yeah. So at the end of the threat hunt, what we're saying is, I'm pretty certain all my internal systems are currently in a valid state. Or I'm pretty certain that this one or these 12 systems are compromised, but everything else is currently in a pristine condition. So this comes down to figuring out when our systems get compromised. Are we getting better or worse at this? It really depends on what studies you look at. The ones I look at are the ones that are from companies that get called in when an incident occurs. Mandiant's a great example of that. Verizon gets pulled in on a lot of these. So if you look at someone who's trying to keep the bad guys out, they may skew their data because they don't want to look like they have a poor service. But if you're getting called in to respond after the incident occurs, you've got no skin in the game. So those tend to be a little bit more accurate. The other thing I've noticed is that some folks will report ransomware as a positive detect, and some will classify it and look at it differently. And I think the latter is the better way of the two to go. In other words, we need to look at ransomware differently versus advanced persistent threat. Why? Because way too many of these studies, so I've noticed that for every study I've looked at that says we're getting better at catching the bad guys, when you go through the data, they're including ransomware. And they're including ransomware going off as a positive detection. What does that mean? That means that if the ransomware gets in your environment and starts locking up your systems after 5 days, they're saying, oh, positive detect after 5 days. Look, it's telling you on the screen, you've got ransomware. No, that's not a positive detect. As an analogy, consider this. Imagine you come home and all your electronics have been stolen, right? You come home one night and, hey, all my electronics are gone. And then the following morning, somebody shows up on your door and says, hi, I'm the one who stole all your electronics. Are you going to go on social media and say, wow, the cops in my town are awesome? I had my electronics stolen and the perpetrator was found in less than 12 hours. How amazing is that? We have the best cops. Are you going to do that? No. Why not? Because the cops had nothing to do with it. The person just showed up at the door and said, oh, hey, look, it's me. You're going to have a bad day. Well, ransomware is the same thing. So to go in and say that when ransomware triggered and made that environment's life miserable is a positive detect. No, it's not. It's too late at that point. So that's why I'm saying we've got to look at ransomware differently. So if you get ransomware out of the way, honestly, we're not getting much better at this. Average dwell time tends to be over 3 months. The other scary statistic is that more than 50% of the time, this is detected by an outside third party. What do I mean by that? I mean that the environment that got compromised doesn't actually detect that they were compromised. Somebody else tells them about it. So that may be you get an email that says, hey, this IP address in your environment is attacking me. You're responsible for that IP. Stop it. And you go look at that IP and say, oops, that system's been whacked. I wonder how long it's been in that state for. The other possibility is you might have somebody like FireEye come out and say, hey, we found this malware and it's on 5,000 different environments. Okay, there's 5,000 different environments that didn't detect it themselves. They didn't even know to go looking for it until FireEye told them to. So a majority of this stuff is still detected by outside third parties, and we got to get better at that. We got to get better at finding this stuff ourselves. The one that really scared me was Verizon would break out how often did the environment detect the attack themselves and do it within their SIM? In other words, something triggered in the SIM that led them to identify that they were in a compromised state. How often did that happen for the incidents that they were being pulled in on? That number, 2%. 2% of the time, the SIM would give an alert that helped identify what was in a compromised state. That's 1 out of 50. I mean, think about that from like a CFO perspective. So you're going to come to me and say, hey, we need a SIM so we can centralize all our logs and spend all of our time writing signatures and weeding out false positives. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to hire another staff person or two to go through and do that. But after we spend all this money and hire these people, every 50th time we get compromised, we'll be able to detect that with the SIM. How quickly do you think that project's going to get funded? Like never, right? Yeah. This is what our current state is. This is why we need to be doing something better. But I hunt by my SIM. Yeah, like I said, this is where we're in a bad spot, right? So back in the 90s, we said, hey, centralized logging and alerting. This will help us kind of figure out when bad things are taking place. And the concept sounds awesome. And then commercial vendors got involved and they had the ability to make money off of getting you to buy this stuff. And they convinced different security frameworks to make this a mandatory part of your of getting an attestation. So if you want to be PCI compliant, if you want to be SOC 2 compliant, if you want to be ISO 27001 compliant, you have to have a SIM. It's kind of funny because there's very few security tools you absolutely must have, but a SIM is one of them, and the SIM usually tends to be the most expensive. So we've all got these, and we're not getting any better at catching the bad guys. Clearly, we got to try something a little bit different. And again, this is where threat hunting comes in. Well, but AI will fix this for us, right? Because AI is fixing everything these days. So I did a little bit of playing around. So with AI, just to, because we may adopt it into the product, we may not. So it's something I want to take a look at. It kind of scared me because it changes. Well, I don't want scared is probably too big of a phrase. It showed me that our model of verifying software needs to change if we ever want to adopt AI and have it be something that's actually useful. What do I mean by that? I mean that in the old days, what you would do is you would write, so let's take the SIM example. That's probably a good one that most people can relate to, right? So you go in and you write a signature. And then you go in and you test that signature and you can see what the signature is. You can see what it's detecting on. So you know when it's going to generate, where it might generate a false positive and when it may not. You get by seeing the SIG, you get a good idea of what's the accuracy of this thing going to be. And it's pretty easy to tell when it's working and when it's not. With AI, with machine learning, it kind of learns this stuff itself and it sets its own weights. And it may not necessarily be the things that you think should be weighted. So one of the things I was playing around with was detecting command and control channels, using machine learning for that. And what I found was I could get the system really accurate. And once I saw it was getting really accurate, it was like, wow, this is cool. What's it doing? What did it figure out that maybe I haven't figured out that is causing it to maintain this high level of accuracy? And when I started digging through it and doing A/B testing, because basically once it starts doing its thing, unless you really understand the back end math, it's a black box. So you kind of need to do some A/B testing to figure out what was going on. And what I figured out in my A/B testing was my AI system had figured out, hey, any traffic going to DigitalOcean is probably evil. Well, I was using DigitalOcean to host the command and control servers I was using. Unfortunately, not every attacker only uses DigitalOcean. So the fact that this system learned if it goes to DigitalOcean, there's a high probability it was evil, was a useless statistic. It played out well in my testing because I was using that to locate my C2 servers. But in the real world, that's going to fall down and flop big time. And the challenge we run into is we test that we're used to testing things. Oh, look, it's working. Go ahead and push it out into production. And one of the challenges you run into with security is that if it's not catching stuff, you're not necessarily seeing that right away. So there may be bad people on the network it's missing because they didn't put their server in DigitalOcean, and you won't know the difference. So I think AI has potential. I think that we need to change our QA process to make sure that it's accurate. But I haven't seen anything yet that says this is ready for prime time. Now, threat hunting is new territory. This is one of the things I love about it. I love being bleeding edge. It's like, yeah, I know a lot of folks are like, oh, I want to be a pen tester. Yeah, no, been there, done that 20 years ago. I'm never going back. And I always get a kick out of folks. They're like, oh, I want to be a pen tester. I want to be able to break into systems. Well, then you don't want to be a pen tester. Because if you're a pen tester, 20% of your job is breaking into your systems. 80% of your job is writing reports and arguing about, critical severity levels over different exploits that you found with the customer and, doing scope. In other words, 80% of a pen tester's job is actually social interaction. Only 20% of it is actually getting to break into things. So it's kind of old, been there, done that. This is brand new. This is kind of cool because it gives you the opportunity to get in on the ground floor of a technology that is still evolving. I'm going to give you my opinions, and I'm going to give you what I feel and what I think is the way threat hunting should work. I'm not necessarily 100% right. It wouldn't be the first time in my life I've been wrong about something. But this is what's been working for me after doing literally hundreds of these things. So that's why, the content that's here is the content that's here. So what's the purpose of threat hunting? Well, I kind of mentioned this one a little bit earlier. If you look at our security tools, they tend to fall into one or two buckets. It's either that protection bucket, keep the bad people out, or that response bucket. This is what we do once we know they've breached our network. The gap has been in that middle. How do we as quickly as possible figure out our protections have failed and we need to go into incident response mode? We need to respond to this. That's the part we haven't been good at. This, orangey red arrow right now is about 6 months in length, 3 to 6 months. It's taken us 3 to 6 months to figure out we need to go into response mode. So what threat hunting does is it tries to address the length of that arrow. We want to get this as short as possible. If we can get it down to a day, great. If we can get it down to an hour, even better. It's kind of funny. I was doing a demo for a couple of folks, and one person got hung up on, well, this isn't instantaneous. It's like, dude, you're at 6 months or more. If I can show you the bad people in less than a day, that's a huge improvement. Nobody's doing instantaneous yet. No one's come up with that process. Let's work towards that. Yes, I agree. That should be the goal. The second one packet from a bad guy comes in, bang, we know who they are. We've blocked them. We've shut them out and everything is great. That should be the goal. I agree. But the reality is we're nowhere near that yet. So if we're going to threat hunt, where should we start? There's a lot of challenges with trying to start with the SIM. We talked about that. There's also a lot of challenges trying to start with the endpoint. We've got a number of issues there. One is how you threat hunt Windows is going to end up being different than how you threat hunt a Mac versus how you threat hunt Linux. And oh, by the way, that IP-based camera or that industrial Internet of Things sensor, you may not have any ability to threat hunt in that fashion at all. In other words, usually when we threat hunt a system, we're going to rely on some sort of endpoint agent, and we can't put endpoint agents on everything. We can't put them on IoT devices. We can't put, good luck putting an endpoint, good luck running McAfee on a Cisco router, right? It's not going to happen. So to try to do it on the endpoint, if it's possible at all, it's always going to be different. There's going to be a much wider range of skills and different procedures that are needed. One of the reasons why I'm advocating for network threat hunting is everything looks the same. In other words, when you go in and you threat hunt your network, you don't initially care if that source system is Windows, Mac, Linux, or an IoT device. It doesn't matter. You're going to hunt all of those exactly the same way. You're going to look to see, is it maintaining a persistent connection with a host out on the internet that doesn't make good business sense, right? If it's talking to a Microsoft patching server, or if it's talking to a network time protocol server, that's fine. We need that as part of doing business. But it's talking to Guangzhou, China, and we don't have a business partner, a vendor, or anybody there. No, that's suspicious. That's something we need to jump into and dig into deeper. I don't care if the source system is Windows, Mac, Linux, or an IoT device. If it's talking to Guangzhou, China, and I can't come up with legitimate business need for that, that is a problem. So one of the things I like about starting off the network is it's equal opportunity right out of the gate. Now, once we figure out, oh, hey, yeah, that connection looks suspicious, and I don't know why it's talking to that host. That makes no sense to me. This could be a potentially malicious communication channel taking place. Now we may actually care about what that endpoint is. Is it Windows? Is it Linux or whatever? But we can at least go through that initial pass and figure out what systems need to be focused on without having to worry about what any of the endpoints are. So if we kind of go through the steps of a threat hunt from let's say like a 10,000 foot view process, the first thing you want to do is you want to go through and you want to look for connection persistency. Connection persistency is going to help you identify, is there a command and control channel running between one of your internal systems and a host on the internet? If there is a command and control channel running, yeah, that system's in a compromised state. That's going to be a bad thing. How would you deal with orbs networks where you are talking to cameras in Kansas, but it goes to China inside the orb network? Oh, well, don't do that. No, seriously. If it's clearly leaving the network someplace, right? And when it's leaving that network, it's hitting the internet and heading over to China from that aspect there. That's where you want to do your monitoring. So anytime, and I'll clarify this a little bit more as we go through, but we have our systems that we control, and then the wild woolly internet where we don't control. There's a perimeter between those two. Now, maybe it's an actual firewall, maybe it's just virtualized because we're in a public cloud. It doesn't matter which. There's systems we're responsible for and systems we're not. Any traffic that's leaving the systems we're responsible for, going to an area that's not under our control, that's where we need to be going in and doing this type of monitoring and looking for connection persistency. So when we ID connection persistency, the next thing we look for is there a legitimate business need? Again, oh, hey, this is my system checking to see if there's any new patches. Okay, there's a business need for that. It's checking to see what the current time is. Okay, great. There's a business need for that. So that's going to be our next step, is once we identify that persistency, can we explain it away as there being a business need behind it? If we can't, now we need to start digging in a little bit deeper. Who is it talking to? Where is that system? Who controls that system? That's going to be part of our process of figuring out, does this make good business sense or not? Once we get to a point where we say, I can't come up with legitimate business need for this, now we want to go in and look at the protocol. Is there anything suspicious about the way this is working? One of the things you find is that with command and control channels, they don't break the communication rules usually, but they bend them a little bit. And they make them look a little different than what a normal traffic pattern might look like. And I'll explain I'll show you some examples and explain that in more detail when we get into that section a little bit later. Once I've analyzed the protocol, now I want to investigate the internal system. Okay. Is there anything suspicious about this? Am I logging what applications are talking on the network? If so, great. Now let me go see what application is actually responsible for making those connections. Does it make business sense for it to be going through and doing that? Once I've gone through each of these 4 steps, my next step is, what do I feel is the state of the system that I've just looked at? In other words, let's say my internal system is talking persistently to a host out on the internet, and I figure out it's just checking for patches. Okay, there's a business need for that. No threat has been detected. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add it to a safe list. A safe list simply means, hey, that system out on the internet, that's a patching server. If any of my systems are talking to it all the time, I'm not going to worry about it because they're just checking for patches. But if I can't come up with legitimate business need behind it. Well, now we need to trigger incident response. Now we need to dig in a little bit deeper to figure out exactly what's going on here. So to kind of quickly review, identify connection persistency, see if there is a business need behind that connection persistency. If there is, add it to our safe list. If not, do a protocol analysis, analyze that internal system. And now we need to decide, is there a threat here, yes or no? If no, add it to the safe list. If yes, we got to go into incident response mode. So if you think about it, the job's kind of simple, right? It's we're coming up with a binary answer. It's either compromised or not. And we got to do that for all our internal systems. So the job description is actually pretty brief, but the techniques and tools you need to get there, oh, that's the hard part. That's where it takes some skill. So let me show you an example of what I'm talking about here. So I have an internal IP address here. It's talking to an IP address out on the internet. And it over a 24-hour period of time, it's made 9,000 connections. If I map how many connections are taking place each hour, it's working out to be around 120 connections each hour. Okay, doing the math in my head, that's about a connection every 30 seconds. And notice it's doing that all day long. Every hour, there's about 120 connections taking place. So this is what I mean when I say connection persistency, right? It's in constant communication with this host out on the internet. Okay, great. Next thing we want to look at is who are they talking to? Well, normally this would identify what was the fully qualified domain name that was queried that caused the user to go to this IP address. And we can see here, no query was performed. So it was a direct connection to this IP address. Well, that's a little suspicious, right? You know, someone in IT, help desk, security, yeah, they may do direct connects to IPs on occasion, but I wouldn't expect, Alice in marketing to type IP addresses into her web browser. No, it's going to be a fully qualified domain name. So, this becomes a problem. So that's my first kind of suspect. Now, this graph here, what this is showing is, I said the connections were taking place about every 30 seconds. Well, let's get a little bit more granular about that. Is it exactly 30 seconds all the time? Or is it a little bit more or a little bit less than that? Well, that's what this graph is showing me. It's representing how often was a certain time interval seen. So for example, we'll call that 450 times, there was a 27-second gap between connections. But 1,000 times, there was a 29-second gap between those connections. This is what's referred to as jitter. And I'll get into this a little bit more later, but one of the things attackers like to do is change that time interval a little bit. And the reason they do that is that many network threat hunting tools rely on an algorithm called k-means clustering. That's K-MEANS space clustering, in case you want to look it up. But all k-means is k-means is just math that'll find repetitive patterns in large data sets. So if you have let's say 1 million connections go out to the internet yesterday, but buried in there is one internal IP address talking to an external IP every 30 seconds, exactly every 30 seconds all day long. K-means will look at that and they'll say, oh, that's a repetitive pattern. That's something you should pay attention to. So that's how they'll go through and try and detect C2 channels. But if the attacker jitters the channel like this, well, K-means looks at that and says, well, that's not a repetitive pattern anymore. Sometimes the dwell time was 27 seconds. Sometimes it was 30. Those numbers are different. I'm not going to bother flagging this as something you need to pay attention to. So a lot of attackers will jitter their connections today simply because that'll help them circumvent most tools that are out there because they don't do well with jitter. If you have a tool that's using K-means and you want to try and detect a channel that is using jitter, your only option is to fall back on being signature-based. Well, if it's signature-based, that means you can only find the stuff you already know about. You're never going to find anything new. That's not really helpful. Notice there's a bell curve here and the timing distribution. This is a signature for Cobalt Strike. If you're not familiar with Cobalt Strike it's called a purple team tool. I really consider it a red team tool. because this is a commercial tool you can use when you've broken into somebody's network as part of a paid engagement to set up a command and control channel so you can show them, oh, hey, look, I own one of your internal systems. And it makes it very simple to do. Unfortunately, the bad guys have grabbed copies of Cobalt Strike too. So what it's turned into is literally just about everybody uses Cobalt Strike, both, red teamers as well as the actual adversaries that we're trying to catch. The upside of that is, hey, as soon as you see something like this, you can say, oh, Cobalt, that's probably bad. Or Cobalt Strike, that's probably bad. So it makes it a little bit easier for us to go in and say, yeah, I got to be concerned. So this looks to me like Cobalt Strike. Do I have enough data yet to say, let's go hit that big red incident response button? I'm leaning that way, but I'm not 100% certain, right? I'm maybe in like the 85 percentile at this point. Yeah, that looks like Cobalt Strike. That has me really concerned. They're not going to a fully qualified domain name. That has me concerned. They're persistently connecting all day long. That has me concerned. But should we go into incident response mode or not? Well, so you've heard me trash talk a SIM. Here's where a SIM may actually be able to help you out. If you're logging all your applications that talk on the network for each of your endpoints, you can correlate that data against this. One of our open source projects is a project called Beaker. And what Beaker does is it leverages Microsoft's Sysmon utility to record what's referred to as ID3s. ID3s are just applications that are talking on the network. So that could be servicing inbound connections. That could be making outbound connections. It could go either way. But any app talking on the network, it's going to go through and record that. And the nice thing about that is you're not trying to collect everything. We're not trying to look for permission changes and, registry key edits and all this crap that just fills our databases up so that our searches run slower and, network traffic gets congested. And no, we're going for just the bare minimum that we need. So if I see what's nice about that is if I collect that data, if I see something like this, I can then jump into something like Beaker and say, okay, when that IP address was connecting to that IP address, runtime broker was the one responsible for making those connections. What's Runtime Broker? Runtime Broker is a Microsoft utility that enforces permissions for applications you download from the Microsoft store. What? Microsoft has a store, Chris? Yeah, they all do these days, right? Everybody has to run their own store. Microsoft has one too. So this just enforces permissions. Well, wait a minute. That traffic, that destination IP is in DigitalOcean. Did Microsoft decide, Azure kind of sucks for our production stuff? We're going to use DigitalOcean instead? Oh, I don't think so. So does it make sense that Runtime Broker is connecting to DigitalOcean on a regular basis? And oh, by the way, is that a normal behavior for Runtime Broker? Absolutely not. And it's certainly not doing it over HTTP. Oh, we've got a problem. This is not the runtime broker we think it is. The runtime broker we think it is, the normal runtime broker will have different network behaviors and it will not be talking to DigitalOcean. It will be talking to Microsoft. This is something else running on that system. This is something we need to go in and pay attention to. Don't cross the passive active line. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is don't do anything an attacker can detect as part of doing threat hunting. If that needs to occur, it needs to happen as part of incident response. Why? Because it's too easy to mess things up. I've been on hunts where, people have gone on to assist. So let's take an easy one. So they detected that a system had been compromised. And they said, compromised system, isolate that off to the side. Sounds logical, right? That system's in a compromised state. We don't want that to spread. So we're just going to immediately isolate it off to the side. Okay, here's what happened that they didn't expect. When they isolated it off to the side, it couldn't call out to that command and control server anymore. The attacker not only owned that one system they detected, the attacker also owned 12 to 14 other systems on their network that were calling home at a much slower interval, only once every 8 hours. And they didn't detect the persistent connection from those systems because it was only happening a couple of times a day, and that was it. So when they isolated off the main system they found, and it couldn't call out to the command and control server anymore, when one of those slower dwell systems called home and said, "Hi, do you have anything for me to do?" The command and control server told it, "Yes, you're now the primary channel into the network. Drop your dwell time to 30 seconds. Bang, here comes the attacker to come in and run commands." And the first thing the attacker does is say, "Hey, what happened to that system?" And if it's normally always been online and all of a sudden it's isolated off to the side, the attacker is going to realize, "Oh crap, they're onto me. Let me go scorched earth. I'm going to start burning down everything I have access to." So you've gone from, hey, we could isolate the systems the attacker has access to once we've identified full scope, that hopefully someone would have thought of doing as part of incident response. And oops, we missed that step. And now they're going scorched earth. We're probably going to have multiple other systems that we're going to have to go through and deal with as well. The other one I've seen run into is folks have gone in and said, "Oh, well, I need to go to the potentially compromised system and run commands on the terminal to see, or on the command line to see, to figure out information about this attack." And as soon as they do that, the attacker sees it. And now the attacker is onto them. And oh, by the way, you're now running commands on that system. You have now potentially tainted that evidence trail. So if this is going to go to legal or go to law enforcement, you may have just screwed up the chain of custody. Ouch, I hate it when that happens. So that's why I said what we do as threat hunters should be passive. So for example, sniffing packets off the wire. Attacker has absolutely no way of knowing whether we're doing that or not. Reviewing our SIM to see what application was making that connection. Again, the attacker has no idea whether we're doing that or not. They may see that we're collecting log entries off of that system, but they don't know if we're actually reviewing them or not. And us reviewing them isn't going to tip them off either way. So be careful of that line. So why have it? Here's just the different reasons why that I just talked you through. All right, let's get in and talk about some techniques. So we want to start on the network. What does that mean? Well, that means that we want to see network traffic. Where do we want to see it? Do we need to plug into our backbone? Actually, no. Attackers never compromise the system and then send data only to another system. That doesn't make any sense. They need to have access to the command and control server. So somewhere there's going to be a channel that's between your internal system and something out on the internet. That's the channel we want to go after. So the best place to monitor for this is wherever our perimeter may lie. And there may be multiple perimeters. I might have an internal environment. I might have people that are VPNing in, coming into another location. I might have public cloud instances running. There may be multiple perimeter points I need to monitor. It really depends on how my environment is configured. In an ideal world, everything is behind one spot. There's only one spot you need to go in and monitor. The reality is there's typically multiple. What if I'm running something in like EC2? How do I monitor the network on that? Can I use like network flow logs? No, network flow logs suck. Amazon, Microsoft, they suck. They're fine for figuring out how much network utilization is taking place. They are freaking horrible for security. They don't give you enough information to work with that. But there are ways around it. Like one of the things I can do in Amazon is I can go in and I can say, I'm going to set up a second virtual network interface, and I'm going to create a GRE tunnel between that and a system that's running Zeke or a system that's running some sort of packet capture tool. And now I'm going to tell that system, hey, any traffic coming in and out of your main network interface, send a copy of that over to this other virtual interface I just set up. And now that'll funnel all the traffic off to a point where I can monitor it. So there are ways to get around this in public cloud if you need to. But the idea is to capture things leaving the systems you control, going to that wild woolly internet that you don't control. Now, how much data do we need to see and need to be able to analyze? Good open question, right? In other words, you could make an argument in multiple different directions. What I like to do is I try to keep it rooted in reality. Like I'll see folks that are worried about, oh, well, what if, the Russians come in and they set up a command and control channel that only calls home once a month. How am I going to detect that? And no, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that because there's a balancing act with that timing. The more frequently that compromised system calls home, the more responsive that command and control channel is going to be, but the more likely you may notice it, right? That may end up being the top talker on your network. And that may show up as part of your network, general network statistics, and now become something that's worth paying attention to. So you don't want it happening all the time. But if it only calls home once a month, well, now if the attacker says, hey, show me a list of show me a running list of all the tasks running on that system, I'll come back in a month for the results. No, that isn't going to work. So there's a balancing act between make it fast enough so that this command and control channel is usable, but make it slow enough that it may not be detected. And if we look at, okay, what have we actually seen in the wild? And what was the timing on that? The longest latency, longest dwell time one I've seen so far has been Sunburst. Sunburst would call out to its command and control server every 15 minutes, plus or minus 10%. So that was plus or minus a minute and a half. So the dwell time might be as short as 13 and a half minutes. It might be as long as 16 and a half minutes. So that to me is the model of we need to be able to detect that in order to stay out in front of all this. So I need to collect enough data that if something's calling out every 15 minutes, I'll still identify that as being a persistent connection. Most network threat hunting tools collect 20 minutes of data and process that. That's it. Well, 20 minutes is not enough, right? We just said Sunburst every 15 minutes. If I'm only collecting 20 minutes of data, I'm going to see one connection, maybe two. That's not enough to figure out connection persistency. Well, what if I bump that up to 12 hours? Well, if it's 12 hours, it's going off about 4 times an hour, 12-hour period of time. Hey, that's 48 connections. That's a little better, right? It's still not many. It's only 48, but they'll be evenly dispersed through the course of the day. I might be able to go through and detect that. I'll certainly have a much better chance than if I'm only looking at 20 minutes. Okay, what if I collect 24 hours? Well, with 24 hours, I've got about 96 connections. That's plenty to go through and figure out connection persistency. I can definitely go in and accurately go in and tag that. Well, what if I collect a week? Yeah, you could. Is it going to improve your accuracy? Maybe a little, probably not enough to justify the additional storage and processing that's going to take place. So I personally feel 24 hours is the place to be, unless you're a 3-letter government agency or have .mil in your domain. In other words, when we start getting into nation state attacking nation state, yeah, you might actually want to process your data in bigger chunks than just 24 hours, because the value of your data is so much higher. Figuring out like how you're going to make the next processor chip a little bit smaller has a certain amount of value to it, but it's not as much as, oh, hey, we may have come up with a better way to, purify uranium, or, we may have come up with a better jet design. That is a much higher value. And it's more likely that an attacker is going to be a little bit more patient in an effort of trying to get that information. So here's an example of a typical deployment. So I've got my internal systems that I want to go through and protect. They're going to be communicating through a switch or whatever, going out of the internet, out through my firewall. I want to monitor that. So what do? Well, typically what I'll do is I'll take a system, I'll install 2 network interfaces in it. One network interface plugs directly into the network. That's the one I can use to talk to that box anytime I need to. So if I need to log in via SSH, that's the interface I'm going to be going through. The other interface probably doesn't even need an IP address assigned to it, because all it's going to do is monitor all the traffic that goes in and out of this interface that leads out towards the internet. So as traffic goes in and out of this interface, I'm going to span that over to this interface on my packet capture tool. And that's just going to go through and make a record of all the packets that go by. I now have full visibility of everything that's leaving my network and coming back in. I can use something like Zeke. I can do raw packet captures. There's strengths and weaknesses to each of those. Short answer for now, I'm a real Zeke fan. Zeke does a great job of showing me what I need to see as a security person without using nearly as much storage space as like a raw PCAP would. Does targeting C2 have its blind spots? Yeah, it does. No process is perfect. NotPetya is probably a great example. NotPetya was the Russians yet again going after Ukraine. They wanted to go after all the business, everybody who was doing businesses in Ukraine and disrupt them. So what they did is they did a vendor's supply chain attack. They attacked a vendor that made tax software that pretty much everybody had to run in order to be able to pay taxes in Ukraine. So when you downloaded what you thought was tax software, what you actually got was malware plus tax software at no extra charge. And once that got onto a system on the network, that started using some other. It started trying to leverage some exploits against all the internal systems that it could find, and it would try and spread itself through that environment as much as it could. And then after about 5 days, boom, it just encrypted all the drives, and it would pop up a screen and say, "Hey, your drive has been encrypted. Pay money to this Bitcoin wallet if you want to get your data back." And that was the ruse. There was no way to actually get your data back. You were hosed at that point there. So these do exist. The problem with NotPetya is, and you may remember, it didn't stay in Ukraine. It moved outside of that. In fact, systems in Russia got hosed as part of this as well. And even the ones in Russia was impacted not just by the systems in Russia that got hit, but by the global companies they were trying to do business with. So, for example, Russia went through a period of time where they couldn't ship out any of their oil via tanker because the tanker company that also does business in Ukraine got attacked, got their drives encrypted, couldn't load or unload any of their barges anymore, and Russia couldn't sell their oil. So we've kind of figured out creating a nuclear device that blows up everything it touches without having any ability to control it or rein it in if we need to is a really bad idea. So it doesn't happen that often. I think the last time we saw something like this was probably like the original Morris worm on the internet. We don't do this often. This is a bad idea, but the potential is there. It could happen. So, for something like this, you need to fall back on like your endpoint software. And with that said, we are at the top of the hour. So we're going to go through, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So at 10 minutes after the top of the hour, we will pick up from here and keep going. I'll talk to you in 10. All right, we are back. So I got to show you this. So there's a new version of the InfoSec guide out, and it is awesome. Lots of really good information. Just it gives you kind of a quick run through of the community, security community, and different ways to go after jobs and that type of thing. But I also love how they like throw in little jokes. So like this one is, hey, we're still humans. No one's replaced by a robot yet. And then it's like, haha, speak for yourself. And then over here we have someone drew a little toilet that says, haha, I know all of your secrets. So yeah, there's some pretty good humor in it, along with a lot of really good information. So that's the InfoSec Survival Guide. You can get that over on the Black Hill side. So they're doing some cool stuff with that. Saw a couple of posts about Rita and trying to run some of the newer versions along with AC Hunter. So we made a choice moving from version 4 to version 5 that it will not be backwards compatible. And the same is going to be true for AC Hunter as well with this next version. We've totally ripped out the backend and replaced it. It's an entirely different database system. So they're not compatible with each other. So in other words, if you have data sets that you've created on version 4, and then you install Rita version 5, Rita 5 can't read 4 and vice versa. You're going to have to take those Zeke logs and re-import them into 5. We know that's a big pain in the backside. But what we went through was there's just no really good way to do an import between the two. So we kind of had no choice except to go through and do a hard cut between those two. All right. And with that said, let's get back into it. So we talked about the first place we want to start is checking for persistency. What does persistency mean? Well, this could be a long connection. This could be a beacon. It means my internal system is frequently communicating with a host out on the internet. There's a couple of different definitions we use. I mentioned beacons. I mentioned long connections. What's the difference between the two? A long connection is just that internal system connects out to a host out on the internet, and it just leaves that connection open all the time. If the connection gets torn down, it'll just immediately go through and restart it again. So that is the kind of definition of a long connection. Now, there's a couple of different ways I can look at long connections. I can look at them individually, or I can look at them cumulatively. What's the difference? With a long, well, individually is just how long did this one connection take place? Cumulatively is what is the total amount of communication time between those two systems? Why does that matter? Well, because you've got tools out there like Metasploit. And what Metasploit C2 channel does is the compromised system will call out to the command and control server. It'll hold the connection open for 30 minutes. It will kill it, and then it will immediately reestablish it again. And they do that for a couple of reasons. When I go in and I go hunting for long connections, I'm typically looking for connections that have lasted for like 8 hours or more, right? Anything that's been running for more than 8 hours, there better be some sort of business need behind that. That's more than just like a file transfer type of thing. Well, since Metasploit is killing the connection after 30 minutes, if I'm looking at 8 hours or more, that's going to be down in the ground noise. I'll never see that, right? Further, it's connecting every 30 minutes and then killing the connection. So that means it's connecting 48 times in a day. If I'm looking for beacons, people typically will look for thousands of connections a day taking place between an internal system and an external. So if I'm looking for thousands and they're doing less than 50, again, that's down on the ground noise. You don't get to see it. So one of the things you want to make sure you're doing as part of a long connection analysis is you're looking at cumulative time. Right? So if it's connecting every 30 minutes all day long, add those up, right? And once we add them up, we're going to end up with, oh, it's been communicating for about 24 hours out of the last 24 hours. Yeah, okay, that we now know that's something we definitely need to go in and pay attention to. So we'll get into using AC Hunter a little bit later in the class, but there's two views that you'll notice over on the right-hand side. View one gives you a cumulative view of how much communication was taking place. View two will let you look at individual session sizes if you want to. The cumulative to me is far more important than the individual, but the individual is there in case you need it for some reason or not. We'll also identify state. Is that connection still open as of when this data was collected, or is it not? One of the limitations of Zeke is that it only writes out log entries once a connection closes. So if I create a C2 connection using a long connection and I hold it open for 30 days and then close it because I'm now done, you won't get a log entry for 30 days. So I've been on your network for 30 days running the C2 channel and you have no log entry to tell you I'm there. Ooh, that's a bad thing. So one of the things we do with the version of Zeke that we ship with both Rita and AC Hunter is we modify it to go look at the state table once per hour. And we'll look at what's in the state table that hasn't been written out to a log entry that's been running for an hour or more. So that way we can go in and say, hey, so that connection I mentioned, it's going to run for 30 days. Well, after a day, we'll tell you it's been running for a day. After 2 days, we'll tell you it's been running for 2 days, and it's still in an open state. It hasn't reached closed yet. So now you know, okay, this is a currently active connection. It's been running for a long period of time. I need to go in and pay attention to that. So that's a long connection. What's a beacon? Well, a beacon tends to be a repetitive connection that takes place between certain dwell times. So in other words, I may connect out to the command and control server, ask it, hey, do you have any commands to run? No, you don't? Okay. And then I'll close the connection. And then I'll wait some period of time and then reach out again and say, hey, do you have anything for me to do? No? Okay. I'll go back to sleep again. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And there's a couple of different ways that this can kind of get formulated. So here's a nice little graphic to kind of explain how does a command and control channel actually work. So our attacker has been able to get malware onto this system, right? They sent an email that looks like it came from the CEO, but it didn't. Somebody clicked something they shouldn't have. Whatever the case may be, they were able to get some malware onto this box. Great. So now they have software running on this system. Well, there's a firewall in the way. They can't connect to it directly. So how do they take advantage of that malware that's running on the system? And the answer is they use what's effectively a proxy, but what we refer to as a command and control server. So what the compromised system will do is at some interval, it will call out to the command and control server and say, hi, I'm here, I'm compromised. Do you have anything for me to do? The command and control server will then check the work queue for that system. And if there's no commands in the work queue, it will tell it, nope, got nothing for you to do, go back to sleep. It'll then sleep for whatever the dwell time was it's defined for, and then it'll connect up again and say, hi, I'm here, do you have anything for me to do? And that just happens over and over and over and over and over again. Now, when the attacker wants to run a command on that system, they connect up to the C2 server and they say, hey, I want this compromised system to run the task list command. So now the next time this system checks in and says, hi, I'm here, I'm compromised, do you have anything for me to do? The C2 server says, yes, run the task list command. So now the malware will run the task list command with whatever user permissions has been allocated to it. Usually it might be as a regular user. They may have got an administrator on the system, depending upon what the malware was. But it's going to run the task list command. And then the output from running that command will get exfiltrated back out as part of that C2 session. So it'll say, run the task list command, and it'll say, okay, here's the results of me running task list. And then it'll close the connection. And now the C2 server will take that data and send it over to the attacker. Hey, here's the results of that task running task list that you wanted me to run. Here you go. And now the attacker can figure out what they want to go in and do next. So like I said, if you think about it, this is acting as a proxy. It's sitting in between our attacker and the compromised system. And all it's doing is queuing stuff up and sending it to the other side. So this is a common system both ends can talk to in order for the attacker to maintain control of this internal system. Now, attackers are getting more crafty. One of the things they've been doing lately, and we've been seeing this more frequently over the last couple of years, is they're taking their C2 server and they're hiding it behind a content delivery network. If you think about this example, right? Let's say this is in Guangzhou, China. You may notice your internal system is talking to Guangzhou, China, and you can't explain why. Right? It's hitting this IP out in Guangzhou, China, and you have no idea why. That may prompt you to do a deeper investigation on the whole thing. Well, with this, your system is talking to a content delivery server for a well-known network like Akamai. We've seen this on Akamai. We've seen this on Amazon so far. It may have shown up on Microsoft. I'm not sure. But those first two, Amazon, Akamai, I can confirm we have seen this being done. So now, instead of talking to this IP address at an unknown address, it's talking to the IP address of a content delivery server. And so that you're sending to Microsoft because they're using Akamai as well. So you have your evil traffic and your good traffic all mixed together, all talking to the same IP address. Canadian delivery service. Yes, it's beavers bringing the packets back and forth. The Canadian delivery service. All the packets being delivered by beaver. Beaver or moose. It all depends on what you can afford. So I've got evil and I've got good traffic all going to the same IP. It's all getting much together. So it's harder for me to figure out, is there persistency buried in here that I need to worry about? Now, that doesn't make it bad enough. What the attacker also does, because it's a CDN network, sometimes you'll talk to this CDN server, sometimes you'll talk to this one, sometimes you'll talk to that one. So that evil traffic is getting spread out across multiple IP addresses and legitimate traffic is getting mixed in with it at the same time. How the heck do you figure that out? One of the things you need to do is you need to use data in the application layer to track this properly. So for example, if it's HTTP traffic, use the host parameter. If it's HTTPS traffic, use the SNI parameter. So now I can go in and see, oh, this traffic is trying to go to foo.evil.com. So a proper tool will say, even though these are three separate IP addresses, they're all going to the same fully qualified domain name. I need to analyze the endpoint as being this fully qualified domain name, not three separate IP addresses. That's going to make it much easier for you to be able to focus in and see that command and control channel. Well, wait a minute, Chris. You said Microsoft traffic's mixed in there too. Yes, it is. But that's going to Microsoft.com, not evil.com. So again, a good tool is going to look and say, no, I only want to see the evil stuff. I'm going to collapse that together and I'm going to look at that instead. So this is an advanced technique. It's hard to detect. It's hard to spot the C2 channel, but there are good tools out there that can simplify this whole process for us. Or managed by his evil counterpart, Red Green. Yeah, we were flipping on the Roku the other day, and I happened to notice Roku has an entire channel dedicated to Red Green. And I have to say, if you are a guy and you haven't seen Red Green, you need to, because you will learn all sorts of things you could do with duct tape. Okay, so the beacon might be going out to the IP address of the C2 server. It might be going to a fully qualified domain name that's being distributed across a content delivery network. But either way, it's got that beacon signal going out. We talked about jitter and how jitter might be introduced to fool tools that are trying to use k-means clustering. So this is what I always recommend as one of the first questions to ask of a network threat hunting vendor. Are you using k-means clustering? And if they do, just keep in mind, you're only going to be able to find C2 channels that are like 5 years old or older. The newer ones are all jittering. You're not going to pick that up. If you've got red teamers running against your environment, you won't be able to detect them, not unless they have a signature for it, type of thing. So quantity versus time. So like I said, if I see a burst of traffic, right? So let's say I see a 1,000 connections or 100 connections take place in like a 2 or 3 minute period of time. Is that something to worry about? Well, no, that's not really persistency. That is a busy network connection between two systems. Well, what if I see 100 connections, but they're evenly spread out, 4 times an hour, 5 times an hour over a 24-hour period of time? In other words, I can draw a flat line across a 24-hour graph. Anytime you can draw a flat line, that's when you need to go in and pay attention to it. And I showed you that graph that was identifying what is the dwell time between connections. And we saw that there were 4 or 5 different peaks and it had a bell curve to it. What does it look like if there's no jitter? Well, if there's no jitter, it's going to look like this. I'm going to have one line in one spot, and that's it. But if there is jitter, I'm going to see something more like this. We said this is Cobalt Strike. This was actually somebody who got creative. This is actually fairly well randomized, right? Instead of just using good old Cobalt Strike, they actually wrote their own C2 channel, and they actually did a pretty good job of randomizing the data. But one of the things that's kind of nice about analyzing data this way is that the dwell times are going to kind of normalize each other out. What do I mean by that? So let's say that I've got a beacon going off at 60 seconds plus or minus 50%, right? There's a nice big range of jitter, but I'm using simple numbers, so it's easy to follow. So if I'm beaconing once per minute plus or minus 50%, that means that my dwell time could be as short as 30 seconds, but it could be as long as 90 seconds. So there's a big gap between those two. And like we said, k-means has no chance in hell of being able to detect that. Well, if we do our analysis in 1 hour buckets like this, if you think about it, about for every 30-second dwell time, there's going to be a 90-second dwell time. So they're going to cancel each other out, and it's going to end up being about 60. So will I end up with a completely flat line? Well, no, because that won't be perfect all the time, right? There might be more 90s than there are 30s. It may skew it a little bit one way or the other. But if I normalize out each of my hours and then go in and do my analysis based on that, I'll end up with a fairly flat bar across the top here that I can look at and say, yeah, this is something worth paying attention to. So that's detecting beacons based on timing. You can also do beacon detection based on session size. And there's actually some other cool things we can do as part of our session size analysis as well. So with our beacon, remember we said that it's going to call out to the command and control server and say, hi, I'm here. Do you have anything for me to do? And a majority of the time, there won't be any queues there won't be any commands in the queue. So it's going to tell it, nope, go back to sleep. That's what's referred to as the heartbeat, right? That's the system just checking in. There's nothing to do. Checking in, nothing to do. If I have something that's going off fairly frequently, every minute, every 30 seconds, every 10 seconds, whatever, an overwhelming majority of that traffic is going to be representative of the system checking in and there being no commands in the queue for it to execute on. That's typically going to be my biggest session size. So if you think about it, that command that went out and said, hi, I'm here, I'm compromised. Do you have anything for me to do? And the answer that came back, nope, no commands in your queue, go back to sleep. Whatever that command set is, it's going to have a certain size that's associated with it. I will see that size over and over again every time the system checks in, and there's absolutely nothing for it to do. Well, let's use a little logic here. What does it mean if the session size changes? That means it checked in and it was told, yeah, I do have something for you to do. Now, that might have just been a simple connectivity check. That could be list out the files in a directory. That could be transfer a file. That could be run the task list command. There's a wide range of possibilities that it could be. But remember when I described running task list over the C2 channel, I said it checks in, it's told run the task list command, and then it exfiltrates that data. Well, I've got the task list command coming down one way. I've got the results of running that command going out the other way. That's going to increase the amount of data that travels over that session versus my normal heartbeat. So anytime I see a session size that varies, this is an indication of the command and control channel being activated. So by doing a network analysis, I can actually figure out, has the attacker used this command and control channel or not? Pretty cool. Now, can we tell what they're doing? So here's some of the challenges you run into trying to figure out what they're doing. There's tools out there that are, they market them as like intercept proxies. And what you're told is, oh, hey, have all your users talk to this box and we will go through and look for malicious activity, before it goes out to the internet. Sounds good. Couple problems. Problem number one, you've got a single point of security failure. All of your encrypted traffic is going through one box. If they break that one box, everything is now hosed. You're in a really bad shape at that point there. So that's problem number one. Problem number two, attackers encrypt their data before they send it through these channels. Well, let me rephrase that. They always, at the very least, obfuscate it. Right? Like they might convert it to hex before they send it. That's not really encryption. That's just changing it to an alternate format. But if let's say I have a signature written that says, look for anything going by that references the task list command. Well, if I take task list in ASCII and convert it to hex, it doesn't look like the word task list anymore. So a pattern match looking for the word task list isn't going to catch it. So attackers are obfuscating their data, many times encrypting it, and then throwing it inside of a TLS tunnel. So if you strip off the TLS tunnel, what you're looking at is obfuscated data. Your pattern matching isn't going to work. So these intercept devices that are supposed to find the bad guys for you, they're fundamentally flawed in the way that they're supposed to work. I'm reminded of a conference I was at where there was a vendor who will remain nameless, was selling one of these devices. And I mentioned to them, I'm seeing their data a lot these days before they throw it in the TLS tunnel. And the person I was talking to said, oh, yeah, we're seeing the same thing. And I said, well, then how are you finding anything? If it's encrypted, when you strip off the TLS, framing, the only thing you've got is ciphertext. And he's like, well, yeah, but you're at least a little bit closer to the raw data. No, that's not how this works, right? Encrypt it once, encrypt it 8 times, it doesn't matter. It still will not look like the task list command. It's not like a foggy window, right? It's not like you can say, well, we wiped away the fog on one side so you can see the little birdie sitting in the tree outside. It's just a little bit blurry. No, that's not how this stuff works. It's still ciphertext. You still can pattern match on that. So that whole concept, like I said, is just fundamentally flawed. So are we hosed? Well, no, we're not, actually. Again, we're going to see the amount of data that goes by, and we're going to see the amount of times that data is being exfiltrated out. So one of the things we can go in and we can look for is, what are we seeing for session sizes? So for example, if I see a lot of small jabbery sessions, that's indicative of somebody going in and doing password guessing. So if I'm seeing a lot of small session sizes taking place, that usually means that they've enumerated all of our user accounts, and now they're trying summer 2024 one at a time against each of them to see if anybody was dumb enough to use that password. What if I see a big spike, right? I see y'all out here at 100 megabytes is a spike, it's not spike, it's just a single data point, right? I got one single data point of 100 megabytes in size. What does that sound like to you? That's a file transfer, right? And oh, by the way, if the client database was located on this system and the client database is about 100 megabytes in size, guess what just happened? They just grabbed a copy of the client database. Oops, I hate it when that happens. So using session size, we can't identify exactly, but we can enumerate closely what the attacker has actually been doing over this command and control session. And the fact that the data is encrypted doesn't slow us down from being able to do that at all. So not all of our connection persistency is going to be evil. Like we said, we're going to check for patches, check for time. There's a number of legitimate business cases that could take place. These things are going to need to get added to our safe list. So one of the things you don't want to do is you don't want to have to reinvent the wheel every time you do a threat hunt, right? You don't want to be like Frosty the Snowman, where every time you put the hat back on the snowman, it was happy birthday. It's like the day starts all over again, right? Or Groundhog Day. We don't want to be in Groundhog Day. You can make improvements every time we iterate. So here's what you do. You go in, you threat hunt your network, you identify all of these situations where there's a legitimate need for that business connection. All right, there's a legitimate business need for that persistent connection that's taking place, and we add that to a safe list. A safe list simply says it's safe to ignore this data. So now when we do our threat hunt tomorrow, we get the results of the data that gets collected with anything associated with that safe list removed out. So what's nice about this is our threat hunts start going faster and faster, right? So let's say the first time we go in and do a threat hunt, it takes us 2 days. It takes us 2 days to dig through all the data and all the persistent connections we found. Well, if we're properly adding things to our safe list, the next time we do a threat hunt, it's probably only going to take 6 hours. And now we'll find some more things we can safe list. We can add those in. The next one may take only 2 hours. Next one after that may take less than an hour. After that, we can go in and we can say, hey, we've safe listed out all of the persistent connections that have a business need associated with it. All I care about are new ones that pop up going forward from here. So we've been able to make the threat hunt process go faster and faster every time we've gone through. So safe listing is an important part of the threat hunting process. Don't, dismiss this lightly. So identifying business need, usually this is somewhat straightforward, although you can certainly run into situations where it may be kind of hard to run down what's going on. I found that the purchasing department can actually be super helpful here. Let's say that we're seeing a persistent connection take place and it's going out to a host in a domain called foobar.com. And we have no idea what foobar.com is. And then we go through and we do some research and we figure out that, oh, wait, they're a marketing company. Well, okay, maybe they're a marketing company. Maybe somebody hosted, took over one of their systems, hosted some malware. How do we tell the difference? Go to your purchasing group. Are we paying for services out of foobar.com? If yes, this is a legitimate business need. We're fine. If not, oh, yeah, okay, let's keep going down the rabbit hole. We might have a problem here. So we tend to kind of focus on technical ways to solve our problems, but sometimes there are social ways, like talking to people to see if that's something there. FUBAR is German. No, FUBAR is not German. FUBAR is an acronym. Although I have no idea if FUBAR would be the same acronym in German to mean the same thing. We'll have to ask Casey about that one later. All right. So we've got that destination IP. Let's start digging into it. What can we do? Well, this is some simple things we could start off with. Like, is it basic? Is like, what ASN is it in? Sometimes that will represent an entire environment. Sometimes that'll represent a region of the world where malware or malicious activity is known to originate. That may help drive us a little bit in one direction versus another. Geolocation information might be helpful. Let's say I'm running the network for a school. Okay, if I'm running the network for a school, the only people who really need to be talking to any of my systems are in this state. If I'm seeing my systems calling out to Malaysia on a regular basis and I'm in Texas, what's going on here? That makes absolutely no sense at all. So the geolocation information could be helpful for some of this as well. And some helpful links you can use to look this stuff up. So anywhere you see bracket, IP address, bracket, replace that with an IP address. And now you can go to that service and go in and do a query. Everybody has their personal favorites. I tend to kind of like virus total. That tends to be the one I kind of work with the most. But, your mileage may vary, and that's fine. Pick the tools that work best for you. Okay, so we've identified connection persistency. It might be a long connection. It might be a beacon. It might be going through a CDN. It might not. But we're seeing some connection persistency here. We've done some investigation work, and we can't figure out a legitimate business need for why this persistent connection is taking place. What do we do next? Next step is to go through and start digging through the protocol, see what we can figure out from there. Zeke is awesome for this. One of the things that I think sucks about most security tools is that we use application names for well-known ports without doing any verification. In other words, for most firewalls, when you go in and you say, hey, let my users talk HTTPS to people on the internet, we assume that's only going to let out HTTPS traffic. The reality is what we've really done is we've said, yeah, anybody who wants to talk to port 443, that's okay. If we say HTTP, anybody who wants to talk to TCP port 80, that's perfectly fine. I'm reminded of way back in my past before I was really a security guy. I was in an environment where the admins had decided SSH was a security threat. And a lot of that came from they didn't really understand how port forwarding works. We're not going to let you run SSH. So they had a rule that blocked outbound SSH access. So what I did is I spun up a box at my house. I told SSH, hey, SSH, instead of listening on TCP 22, listen on TCP 443 instead. So now when I was in the office and wanted to run my SSH session, I just simply told SSH, connect to that alternate port 443, and their firewall would generate a log that said, oh, Chris is talking TCP 443, which is HTTPS, to this system over here. That's okay. I let that through. Well, yeah, except it was SSH. But, at the end of the day, I was happy. They saw logs that they were happy with. Everyone was happy. So there clearly was nothing wrong with what I was actually doing. But, you get the idea. A port doesn't automatically equate to an application. So it's beneficial to decode them. And again, this is what I love about Zeke. When Zeke tells you that was HTTP traffic, it's because it decoded the traffic and saw the header parameters that are associated with an HTTP header. So it could have been going to TCP port 80. It could have been going to 8080. It could have been going to port 5. It doesn't care. So what Zeke will do is when it sees traffic, it sees the TCP3 packet handshake take place, it sees the application layer start to flow, and then it will analyze that application layer. and it understands about 55 different applications out of the box, and it'll start stepping through them one at a time to see which one matches the one you're talking to. So if it's going to TCP port 80, but it's SSH traffic, it will label it as SSH. It'll tell you, hey, this is SSH going to TCP port 80. Be nervous when you see that, because that could be evil. At best, it's somebody who's a big pain in the ass like I was at that time. So, but you get the idea. We need to be able to analyze the application layer. So here's just an example of Zeke. So this is Zeke's con.log file. So this is its main log file where it records a copy of every session that it sees. Here's my source IP address. Sometimes that was IPv4. Sometimes it was IPv6. Here's the destination IP. Here's the destination port. Here's the transport. And here's where it's saying I saw an HTTP header when that system was talking to this port. I saw a DNS header when it was talking to this port. Notice the target port here, 5353, 5355. That's not the standard port you normally see DNS on. It's usually TCP 53. But Zeke was still able to figure that out. Notice here, we've got a dash. What does the dash mean? The dash is Zeke's way of saying, I couldn't tell what protocol this was. I went through my 55 protocols that I understand, and this didn't match any of those. Well, wait a minute. Why wasn't this HTTP? If I look at the packet size, how much data went back and forth, that looks like we tried to make a connection and it failed, right? 40 is a TCP packet with no IP, no IP options, no TCP options set. So it looks like this system tried to connect to TCP port 80 on that system, but the connection was probably rejected. And since the connection was rejected, it couldn't get past the 3-packet handshake in order to be able to exchange the DNS information at that point there. So again, Zeke, great for that. And when you're going in and you're using AC Hunter, you'll notice that we'll convey that information to you. So the comm line is identifying what's the transport, what's the port that was being communicated with, and what was the detected application. Sometimes you'll see multiple entries. So you might see SSL and then see comma 443 colon TCP dash. And what that means is in some of the sessions, we saw the SSL TLS header, and some of the sessions we did not. And that's usually indicative of a busy system. That'll happen sometimes. Well, wait, Chris, SSL, we don't use that anymore, do we? Well, Zeke, for whatever reason, even though SSL is now dead, still calls this SSL. So if you see SSL, it could be SSL, it could be TLS, could be either one. It's usually going to end up being TLS because nobody really uses SSL anymore. Unexpected protocol usage. So like I said, this is a situation where it's going to TCP 443. I expect that to be SSL/TLS, but it's not. It's SSH or some other protocol, or it's an unidentifiable protocol. That's the more common one that I've seen. What I've seen attackers do in the past is they will send traffic to T3 and then they'll obfuscate it. They won't actually use the TLS protocol because then they're going to need digital certificates and all that stuff, and that can be a pain. So what they'll do is just simply obfuscate the data. So if you look at a packet decode and you don't really understand what an SSL TLS session should look like, everything's going to look like it's garbled. So you're more likely to look at that and say, oh, well, it's encrypted, and encrypted data goes over this channel, so this must be okay. When in fact, it's not. It's not an actual real TLS session. Have seen attackers pulling that one on occasion. Now, we talked about a couple of the ways the beacons can take place. There's another potential covert communication channel that we need to worry about, and this one is actually quite popular. It is running our C2 over DNS queries. This solves a couple problems for the attacker. The first is, in the examples we had before, the system that was compromised may be talking to an IP address that it's never talked to before, and you might pick up on that. Or it might be talking to a content delivery network, but now it's generating more traffic outbound than it used to in the past. So if I monitor what traffic this system is sending, I may be able to pick up on the clues that there's a command and control channel running on that. This technique does not require the system to ever send any traffic directly out to the internet. It lets the internal DNS resolver do all of its communications for it. Here's how that works. So I'm this attacker. I want to set up this covert communication channel. So what I do is I go out and register a domain. For the sake of example here, we're going to say I go out and I register evil.com. Well, as part of registering the domain, I have to define what are my name servers. Well, I take my command and control server and I identify that as being one of my name servers. So I set up two C2 servers. Those are my name servers. So anybody who comes to my domain to look anything up is going to end up going to my command and control servers. Now, I'm a bogus domain. It's not like I'm going to be selling anything or anything like that. So the fact that some people may come in and not be able to resolve my web server or whatever, I don't care about that. I don't have a web server anyway. They can't send me email. I don't care about that. This has strictly been set up just to facilitate this command and control channel. So these are my name servers. Okay. Now what I do is I tell my malware code, hey, anytime you need to call home to see if there's any if there's any commands for you to run in your queue, I want you to do a query within evil.com for a resource record that is a coded version of of the information you're actually trying to send out. So the malware will say, okay, I'm going to look up the temp record or the MX record or the name server record or whatever for this fully qualified domain name here. And it sends that to the local resolver. Local resolver looks at that and says, I don't have an answer to this question in cache. So I'm going to go out to the root name servers. Root name servers are telling me to talk to the .com servers. .com servers are saying, this server is authoritative for evil.com. So I will send that query to that command and control server within evil.com. So what's changed at our perimeter? Well, our DNS server is doing DNS lookups, but it does that all the time anyway. So this becomes really hard to figure out. This becomes kind of a pain in the backside. So how do we do it? Well, we need to look at where these queries are going. We need to kind of take a look at. It's funny. I've seen people like, oh well, hey, I'll just write a signature that'll match on 2020202020 and the fully qualified domain name. And if you see that, well, hey, I know that's C2. It's not always going to be 2020. You can't count on that. Oh, well, in that case, I'm going to flag anytime there are more than 12 text record queries in any given domain, and I'll go through that. No, this doesn't have to use text record queries. This can use name server queries. It can use, my personal favorite, DKIM. It can use DKIM for this. DKIM, if you're not familiar, is one of our security protocols on DNS. So the whole idea behind, and this is what makes this one kind of funny to me, is that DKIM was created to make DNS more secure, and attackers have figured out how to use DKIM to make DNS less secure by leveraging DKIM to create their command and control channel. Go figure. But like I said, no new traffic coming out. So how do we figure out when this is taking place on our network? What are some of the warning signs we can look for? Well, let's start with some behavioral analytics. DKIM is a side channel. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. It blew my mind when I found it too. How many fully qualified domain names does it make sense for a domain to expose to the internet? In other words, how many servers, how many resource records are we going to need to create to kind of handle our systems? And for a majority of the folks out on the internet, that number is like 10 or less, right? You might have a web server, a mail server, a couple of DNS servers, maybe you've got a DKIM record, maybe you've got a customer portal, you get the idea. We're still counting fingers on two hands. We haven't made it to 10 yet. Then that covers a majority of the sites that are out on the internet today. So if we take that as a behavioral analytic, right? One of the side effects of the way this works is that this query needs to change every single time it's performed. Why? Well, if I send out this query, right, and then my resolver retrieves an answer from that system, and then it caches it, and then this user queries the exact same thing again, who's going to respond? The local resolver. It's going to hand out an answer out of cache. Well, wait, Chris, what if they set, caching to 0? What if they say, don't cache this entry? Then the admin, like I used to do, has probably overridden that and said, make sure you cache everything for a minimum of 30 seconds, 60 seconds. In other words, I don't want my DNS traffic tearing up my internet connection all the time. So if somebody decided that, I shouldn't cache something, I'm still going to cache it for like a minute anyway, just to reduce the number of queries that are taking place. So as the administrator, I have full control over how long records are maintained for. So it's quite possible answers start coming out of cache that breaks this command and control channel. The only way the attacker can consistently and effectively defeat that is to change this query every single time. Well, then let's go back to what we were just saying. It makes sense for most environments that we don't recognize to only have 10 hosts exposed to the internet. Well, if I'm changing that query every time, I'm going to zip past 10 very quickly, right? Now, there are some exceptions here, but every one of these exceptions is a domain that you know who they are and what they do. In other words, we have some massive domains on the internet that may legitimately have more than 10. They probably have a couple of hundred resource records that your domain might see on a regular basis. But again, the domains you all recognize. Microsoft, Akamai, Google, Amazon. Do I need to explain to anybody who those companies are? No, right? We know them. So for the ones that might exceed this, you'll know who they are and you'll recognize them as somebody that's being okay. So how's this end up working? Well, so if we're using AC Hunter, we'll get a little indication up in the top left that says, hey, I'm detecting potential C2. When we get into the labs, if you're on the shared instances, inner screen, because you're on a slightly older version, it'll list it over on the right-hand side of the screen. It'll say, hey, there's a potential C2 channel. Well, why do we make the change? We made the change because in my pretty graphic here, we have one internal resolver. The reality is we probably have 2 or 3, which means this is going to get spread out over multiple systems. We need to collapse those together to get an accurate reading. In other words, the fact that this went to 3 different resolvers doesn't make it any less of a command and control channel than if it happened to all go through one. So we need to combine everything together. So like I said, you'll see this in the new version. So if you're running the virtual machine, you'll see this. But if you're using the shared instances that we have online, it'll just list it off as a line item on the right-hand side. But if you go into the DNS screen, it's going to show you something like this. So what this is telling me is that we did 109,227 lookups within the r-1.com domain. From a security perspective, I don't care at all about that number. In other words, the number of queries that were made, I don't care about that. What I care about is this number. This number is identifying the number of unique queries that were made within this domain. And this is telling me there was 62,468. Gee, that's a lot of that's a lot of fully qualified domain names. That's a lot of systems to expose to the internet for a domain I've never heard of before. Right? We said Akamai, Amazon, they might be a couple hundred. Well, this is 62,000. That makes no sense at all. This most likely is going to end up being a command and control channel because, again, they're changing that query they're doing every single time. So that's one of the metrics we can look at. The other thing we can look at is we can look at utilization. So, for example, let's take a legitimate domain, akadns.net, right? So here's our r-1x.com, 62,000 queries. Akamai, which is the biggest content delivery on the planet, we looked up 125 different unique systems. So that makes that number even look more stupid. But 125 for Akamai? Yeah, I can see that. Biggest content delivery network in the world. Everybody uses them. Yeah, I can see us having to look up 125 different CDNs in the course of 24 hours. Now, over on the right, what this is telling me is this is identifying which systems and how many times each system accessed one or more of those 125 resource records. This is kind of how we expect C2 to work, or excuse me, how we expect DNS to work, right? User types a name in the browser, DNS resolves that to an IP address, and then the user connects to that IP address. This is how we expect things to work. So this looks perfectly legitimate to me. Now, if we look at the same type of data for that first entry here, we had 62,000 connections, 62,000 unique, fully qualified domain names, resource records. We said that looks like way too many. But notice what we have here. There's only one system. And if I could expand both of these at the same time, I would have, but I can't. That's the same system doing the DNS queries. In other words, we looked up 62,000 plus unique resource records, but the only system in our environment that ever talks to any resource in that domain is the system that's actually doing the DNS queries. Well, why are we looking all this stuff up then? Right? Why are we looking this up if no one needs to get to any of those sites? That makes no logical sense at all. So the raw number, the utilization, these are all clues we can dig in on to see, is this legitimate DNS traffic, or is this somebody who's created a command and control channel? Notice they're not breaking any DNS rules here, right? This is a legitimate, fully qualified domain name, right? They're not breaking any rules here, but they're definitely bending them. And it's that bending of the rules that we can go through and catch using behavior analytics. The other thing we can do is we can go in and we can look at user agent strings and how those are being used. Let me talk through this command a little bit. So I'm using the cat command on Linux. This is equivalent to the type command on Windows. This is just going to list out the contents of that file. But rather than just letting it spew up on the screen, I'm saying redirect that to this command here, Zcut. And what Zcut does is Zcut allows me to say, hey, and rather than looking at every single field from this file, I only want to see certain specific fields. And here's the list of fields I want to see. What I want to see is the source IP address. That's what this means. Destination IP address, and then the user agent string that was used as part of that HTTP connection. And then I'm grepping one of my internal IP addresses here. So what this is going to end up doing is it's going to show me all the connection pairs generated by this system that were based on HTTP and the user agent string that was associated with every single IP address that I talked to. And then I'm going to sort that data. And then unique goes through and says, hey, now that we've sorted it, if any of the lines match, delete the matching lines. So if my internal IP talks to the same IP address out on the internet and uses the exact same user agent string, I don't want to see that 10 times, 15 times, 20 times, however many times it happened in a day. I only want one listing, one line entry and one line entry only. Then we're going in and we're cutting out the destination IP address. That's what this cut command is doing. It's cutting field 3. Excuse me, I take that back. It's cutting out the user agent string. So cut -F3 means cut out the third field. My first field was the source IP. My second field was the destination IP. My third field was the user agent string. So what this is doing is this is collecting up how many different how frequently was a user agent string used on a per IP basis. Then I'm sorting that. This time, notice unique has a -C switch. So I'm saying collapse it down to 1, just like I did here. -C says count up how many lines you collapse down. So if there's 20, I want you to list the number 20 at the beginning of the line. That way I can keep track of how many entries were there. And then I'm just going in and I'm sorting it. So what is this telling me? This output is telling me that for 15 different IP addresses on the internet, this internal system used this user agent string. For 12 other different IP addresses it talked to out on the internet, it used this user agent string. for one specific IP address that it was talking to out on the internet, it used this user agent string. Notice anything unique about that last user agent string. Normally, this system is identifying itself as being a Windows 10 system. And now all of a sudden it's Windows XP? I don't think so. That makes no sense at all. Now, there is one possible use case here. This could be somebody running Windows XP in a VM to talk to one host out on the internet. But do that, right? If we're running an old crappy version of Windows, it's because of some internal application we're running that only understands, Windows 95. They never updated it after that, so we're forced to run Windows 95. But that's going to be running on our internal network, not out on the internet someplace. So the fact that this string is going out to the internet, that's highly suspicious. More likely what this is when the receiving system sees this specific user agent string, it knows, you're a compromised system calling in for command and control. Let me see if there's any marching orders in your queue. All right. With that said, we're a couple of minutes after the top of the hour, but I wanted to explain this all the way through before we paused. So let's go through. We're going to take our break and we'll come back at 12 minutes after the top of the hour, pick up from here and keep going. I will catch you all then. Okay, we're going to get started up in just a couple seconds, but there was a comment I just had to comment on, which was we don't need to worry about security. Only our nurses use it. And, this public Wi-Fi with no password. And yeah, hospitals need to get their act together. They have slid by using horrible protocols and horrible security forever. We really need to look at what's going on in the UK and recognize that can happen here too. And in fact, in some ways it has happened here, but not quite as bad as it's been in the UK. We need to get our act together within hospitals. I won't go too much into detail. Yeah, it's not like it's life or death. Yeah, really, Eric. I had a person that I was hanging around with that was in the hospital for a little bit that, were just kind of in and out type of thing. So I was bored. So I, of course, jumped on the network and started looking at some traffic going by. And I realized that a lot of the verifications for medication and that type of thing was going by in clear text. There was some level of authentication there. I'm not going to go into detail, but if you know what you're doing with an intercept proxy, it would be in some ARP spoofing. It would be really easy to go in and muck with and change anyone's medication to anything you wanted to. I was flabbergasted at just how poor the security was. We need to do better. We need to do a lot better. So yeah, I will agree. Hospitals are definitely a real sore spot we got to be concerned about. And on that happy note, let's get back into the slides. So I talked about looking for instances where a system is identifying itself very dramatically differently when it's talking to one system versus everybody else. That could be a good clue. And we walk through how to do that with HTTP. You can do similar with HTTPS as well using JA3 hashes. JA4 has now also been released, so you could use JA4 for this. If you're not familiar, the hashes are just a hash of the SSL client hello packet that a system sends out, which basically has the same type of information in it that you have on the HTTP side, plus the encryption negotiation that takes place as well. So you can go through and you can leverage that for HTTPS. That's our protocol analysis. So we said the next thing we'd want to go through and do after that is it common for ESNI to be enabled by default on most browsers? So I'm friggin' hating the browser vendors these days. I'm hating the browser vendors because they're kind of playing dirty. There's a lot of stuff that they're doing that is just a really bad idea, and encrypting the SNI is one of them. The other one that I am just very firmly against is encrypted DNS traffic. And I know they like to scream, oh, it's privacy, blah, 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 or, your ISP can't spy on you. Oh, BS. So here's what they're claiming, right? Your ISP can collect all your DNS queries, and then they can go off and they can sell that information to identify where you've been going, and somebody, some broker might be willing to pay money for that. So if you encrypt your DNS queries, then your provider can't do that anymore. Your ISP can't do that to you anymore. Okay, here's problem number one. Problem number one is they're seeing where your traffic goes. So even if they don't see your DNS queries, they're seeing where your traffic's going. They can enumerate an awful lot of it out of that. Problem number two, so what you've done is rather than send these queries to your ISP, you're sending the queries to someone who is partnered with a browser that you got for free. Gee, what do we say about free products? if we're not paying for the product, we may be the product. Yeah. So all you're doing is changing who gets to make money off of your traffic. And when you're permitted inside of a corporate environment, you've lost that visibility. Seeing what people are querying and seeing what comes back in the answers is a huge resource when you're trying to run things down from a security perspective. I'm a big proponent of, if you want to do it at home, fine, whatever. But in a corporate environment, don't let that stuff be encrypted. You lose too much visibility when it happens. All right, so we talked about the protocol analysis. So once we've gone through the protocol analysis, now it becomes time to analyze our internal system. And what's available there really depends on, what are we doing ahead of time? Are we doing anything? If we're not doing anything, then we may have nothing to work with beyond maybe like DHCP log files, and that's it. Even if we're even generating DHCP logs, you really want to look at a minimum, collecting what are the applications on each endpoint doing on the network, because as you saw with that. With the broker binary, that made it real easy for us to figure out, oh no, this is definitely malicious. This is something I need to go in and pay attention to. So at a minimum, you may want to look at doing that. There are commercial solutions out there that do that, like Carbon Black. Carbon Black is very good at what it does, but it's not cheap. If you need a expensive option, like I said, we have an open source project called Beaker, and that leverages Microsoft Sysmon utility to be able to collect that type of telemetry information for you. And hey, it's open source. So what it costs you is what it costs you to, for hardware and deployment time and that type of thing. But if you can, log that stuff, that is what's really going to help out the most. And like I said, Sysmon is a great utility for that. So here's just a raw syslog output. So this is identifying that, the Slack binary was connecting to this destination IP address that resolved to this. It was an HTTPS connection to TCP port 443. Sysmon does not do a protocol analysis. So when it says HTTPS, all it's really telling you is that's the well-known port with 443. So it's probably HTTPS traffic, but it could be something else, and I couldn't tell the difference between the two. But I get to see the binary where it's connecting. I mean, this is super valuable information. If this system is beaconing out and I'm not sure why, well, now I see it's coming from Slack. All right, do we use Slack internally? If we do, then this is probably okay. If not, maybe we're okay with our users running Slack on company issued hardware. Maybe not. That's something that comes down to a policy thing at that point. But here's another great example. So here I have an internal IP address connecting to an IP address out on the internet, and it's doing it on a very regular basis. And it's Notepad. Well, Notepad shouldn't be connecting to the network. So someone said, sorry, what is Beaker? So what Beaker does is Beaker takes this Sysmon data, right? So Beaker has an agent you install, and it installs Sysmon on your system. It tells Sysmon collect ID3s. ID3s are applications talking on the network, and it tells them to log it. And then we use, I think it's WinLogBeat, to take the Sysmon entries and send that over to an ELK stack, which is what Beaker is running on. So a combination of Sysmon and WinLogBeat is going to collect application telemetry data on the network and store that into a database for you that you can then go through and search, do queries on, and that type of thing. And the example I was given was, this looks like it's Notepad connecting out to the network, to the internet. And No, Notepad should not be doing that. This is not clearly not the Notepad we think it is. And what I like about this is if I was just looking through system logs and I saw the user was running Notepad and I saw James Kirk was running Notepad, I wouldn't think twice about that, right? But here we can combine it with telemetry information. We can see that no, this binary was connecting to an IP address on the internet. It shouldn't be doing that. That's bad. This is not the Notepad we think it is. The other thing I absolutely love about this is this makes it dead simple to find hidden processes. Imagine we said, oh, hey, I'm seeing in my firewall or in Zeke or in AC Hunter or whatever, I'm seeing my internal system connecting out to the internet to this IP address on a very regular basis. So I go in and I say, okay, Beaker, go look at the logs from this system. And when it connects to that, when it was connecting to that IP address, show me what application was causing that connection to take place. And imagine we come in here and we don't see anything listed. There's no application listed. Okay, that is one of two possibilities. Either Sysmon isn't running on the box, or we're dealing with a very advanced adversary that knows how to hide their processes. Ooh, there's a big difference between those two, right? And it's from a risk profile. Which one is it? I kind of need to know. Here's what you do. It's not shown in the screen cap, but up here, just above this box, is the query that took place. And on the query line, it shows it's querying for this IP address and that IP address. All you do is you highlight that IP address and remove it from the query. So in other words, instead of querying Beaker to say, hey, show me when this IP was talking to that IP, you're going to query Beaker and say, show me everything on the network that this system was talking to. And then you're going to tell it to run that query. And one of two things are going to happen down here. You'll either still see nothing, which tells me Sysmon is not collecting the data off of that box, or you're going to see thousands of entries to a dozen different ports. Well, wait a minute. What's that second one mean? Well, think about it logically. I can see everything that this system is doing except for the connection to that system. The only logical conclusion is the process that's connecting to that system is a hidden process. We just found a hidden process running on a system without having to do a forensic analysis. We did it over the network. We didn't even have to touch the box. How freaking cool is that? You know, for any of you who have a forensics background like me, you know, I used to do forensics way back in the day. Being able to find this over the network this easily, oh my God, this is awesome. And yeah, Beaker just makes this dead simple. But I have no system logs. Yeah, it's time to get some. It's time to collect something. You need some information about the internal systems. And once you've run through everything, you want to be at that point where you can say, I think this is okay, so I'll add it to a safe list, or I think it's compromised. It's time to go in incident response mode. If we can't come to one of those two possibilities yet, our next step is to identify, okay, what further testing do we need to do? Do I need to run a packet sniffer and capture all the packets so I have full decode capability, not just Zeke? You know, what do I need to do to be able to figure it out? Isn't really a threat hunting tool, but it is a really cool tool if you're going to be working with PCAPs. So if you're not familiar with PCAPs, a PCAP is a file that contains a recording of packets that were seen on the network. So when I talk about recording a PCAP file, what I really mean is I'm seeing the packets that are going by on the wire, and I'm copying them off of the wire and writing them into a file. That's what a PCAP is. When we go in and we do a threat hunt, we do any type of an analysis, it's good to kind of get some general information about that PCAP file. So for example, one of the things we may want to know is how long was that capture file recorded over? What time period? Because remember, we want to look for beacons. We want to look for long connections. Well, what if that PCAP only has 5 minutes of data in it? Well, if it's only got 5 minutes of data, that's not really helpful to us, right? That's not enough to really go in and try and spot beacons or long connections. Well, with an AEU switch, it'll come back and tell me what was the total number of seconds recorded in that packet and when was the start and stop time. So now I can look at this and say, oh, 86,291. That's just shy of 86,400, which would be a full 24 hours. I've got 24 hours worth of data to work with here. Awesome. So now I know I can go in and look for beacons, look for long connections. So it's a nice little just generic tool to kind of give you information about the PCAP. If you leave off the switches, it dumps out a ton of different information to you. TCP dump has been around forever. It runs on everything. Unix, Linux, Mac. There's a Windows version called WinDump. It's okay. One of the things I don't like about TCP dump is the output's limited. There's very little customization you can do to the output that it prints out to the screen for you. What I think TCP dump is best for these days is actually creating your PCAP files, right? If you want to go in and do a packet capture, TCP dump's probably already installed on that system. You don't have to go grab something else. It's a very small, efficiently written code. It's lightweight. It does a good job of being able to keep up with the network traffic. So this is just a little script that says, hey, create this directory, and I want to run TCP dump in the background. So I'm going to use screen to run it in the background. And I want to listen on this interface. -G says, I want you to record traffic for 3,600 seconds, which is 1 hour. And then I want you to write all that data out to that directory that we created. And I want you to name the file, whatever the host name is of the system, along with the year, month, day, hour, minute, seconds, .pcap. And then compress it up. And we want to run it, and we're going to run that over. It's going to run over and over and over again. So every hour, it's going to write out a file that has the current date timestamp on it. So we'll capture everything going by on the network, and all of that traffic will be in 1 hour PCAPs. That's totally ninja. I didn't know you could capture PCAPs from the command line. Yeah. And actually that one is thank you to our illustrious Bill Stearns. This is a script that Bill uses. Cool. Another option is T-Shark. I kind of lean a little bit more towards T-Shark these days. If you're not familiar with T-Shark, you might have it installed and don't even know it. This runs on Windows, Linux, BSD, the whole bit. It's included as part of Wireshark. So this is the command line version of Wireshark, if you will, Wireshark without a GUI, which might sound like a detriment initially, but there's actually some really cool things you can do with T-Shark that you absolutely cannot do with Wireshark. One of the cool things you can do with it is you can tell it exactly what you want it to look at, print out. So for example, here I'm saying, hey, T-Shark, read this PCAP file. And rather than just printing a summary of every packet you see, I want a -T fields. I only want to print out packets that have a DNS query name field to it. In other words, the only thing I'm interested in is DNS queries that are taking place. And I want to see what are people querying for. That's the only thing I want to see. Don't show me source IP, destination IP. Don't care about any of that stuff. So when I say -T fields, I can use -E to specify every single field I want to print out. So I'm just printing out that one field here. And here you can see, this is that r-1expert.com we were looking at before. Here are those some of the fully qualified domain names that we're going by. So if all I care about is these queries, I can just focus in on this one field. Here's an example going in and looking for the user agent string. So the same way we went through and kind of sorted through to figure out, hey, when is this system maybe describing itself differently? You could go through and you can do the same thing with straight with a PCAP file just by going in and using T-Shark. So these are referred to as display filters. Kind of makes sense, right? I'm going to filter the display and only show certain attributes. So the display filters. There are 185,000 different display filters to choose from. Not all of them are based around IP. Wireshark reads more than just IP version 4, IP version 6. So there's a lot of them that may have nothing to do with what you want to do. If you type in T-Shark --G, it will print out all of those possible display filters you can use. Well, what if I want to do a display filter, but I don't know what the name of it is? If I can get close to it if I can oh, I know I want to do like an HTTP type, or I want to do something that's associated with IP, or I want to do something that's associated with, DNS or whatever. I can go in and I can do searches for that. Here is each of the possible display filters I could use that are associated with HTTP. Notice that I have white space, HTTP period, and then some additional information to be more granular to specify what I want to see about that HTTP header. I can use the grep command to filter out this output to only show those types of things. See this section in blue here, the /s? /s says, so anytime you put a slash in front of a character with regex, well, in this case, we use a grep, but it's a regular expression search. The /s says there needs to be white space or blankness in front of whatever I specify after this. So that's what that /s means. I want to see blank spaces before HTTP. So if HTTP shows up in here someplace, I'm not going to match on it. It's got to have some white space in front of it like we have here. Now, period is a special character with regular expressions. It represents a wildcard for a single character. So what the backslash in front of it here means is, no, that needs to be a period. So I don't want you to match on, let's say, HTTPS, right? Because if I didn't have the slash here, that period could easily represent an S as well. And I don't want to see that. So the slash says, no, the period is actually a period. And then I'm just piping that through the less command. -S says, don't line wrap everything. Let it roll off the right-hand side of the screen. And if I need to see what's off to the right, I'll just use my right-hand arrow. And X30 just says, I want to allocate 30 characters for each column so everything stays nice and neat. So this command is a quick way to be able to go in and see what display filters are available with T-Shark. Wireshark, this is the one that most people are used to. Wireshark, to me, is a great tool when I've already acquired the target. In other words, if I have 1 million connections that went by to the internet and I want to go in and look for interesting stuff, I'm not going to use Wireshark. It's going to take forever. There's some statistical type stuff you can use in here, but it's not always accurate because it's static, not stateful. There are much better tools for processing large chunks of data, like Zeke is a great example. So if I've got 1 million connections, I'm going to use Zeke to go through those. But once I identify, hey, when this system is talking to that system, that looks a little weird, that's when Wireshark really starts to shine. Because I can go in and I can say, okay, grab just the traffic between these two systems, load that into Wireshark, and now I can go in and do an analysis. Zeke, I've mentioned this one a lot. Zeke records, its main log file is con.log. It records one line per session that took place. That's a summary of that connectivity that took place. And then it'll go in and it will also, for every application that it recognizes, it'll create a log file for that application as well to record the additional application data. So in this example here, there's an SSL.log file to handle all the SSL TLS traffic that's seen. And that'll record all the information that's been recorded at the application layer. But here what I've done is I've used Zcut to say, hey, show me source IP, destination port, and validation status. One of the really cool things I can do with Zeke is I can say, hey, every time somebody creates an HTTPS session, grab a copy of the digital certificate from the server they're talking to and see if it validates. Go ahead and check that for me. So now, normally you would have to talk to a user to figure out if they got the lock icon's not set. It's an insecure connection, right? It's hard to get visibility into that. Zeke will show you that. So for example, I just went in and I said, hey, I want to use grep to look for any time the validation status was self-signed. So now I can see everybody who's talking to a self-signed server or talking to a web server with a self-signed digital certificate. Pretty cool. So the time is normally an epoch time. So this is the number of seconds since, what is it, January 1st, 1970 or January 30th, 1970. I mean, it's so far in the past, it doesn't matter. It's one or the other. It's the number of seconds since Unix was created. That's what epoch time is. This is how time normally gets printed out. Well, for us humans, it's kind of hard to read that sometimes. So I can add a -D switch to zcut, and it'll print it out in a better human readable format. So here I've got year, month, day, and then this is telling me that it's this was collected during the first hour. Now, or actually, it's giving me the number of hours, minutes, seconds. Now notice I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 entries that all have the exact same date timestamp to them. That's because the -D information is not as granular as using epoch time. I can see these do actually have it, but notice they're all fractions of a second. And that's why. So if you need time accuracy, stick with epoch. If you want to be able to read it, you can use the -D. zcutter is another Bill Stearns tool. So this is like zcut, but it's got some really cool functionality to it too. So for example, you can go in with zcutter and you can say, zcut is limited to just working with CSV files, comma separated output from Zeke. Zeke also supports JSON format. And a lot of times when you're going to import it into another tool, JSON format is preferred. Well, if you're storing it in JSON format, zcut will not work with that format. zcutter does. And in fact, it's kind of funny. One of the things Bill did, just because he could, is you could have some of your files in CSV format, some of your files in JSON format, and it'll just adapt on the fly and figure out what it needs as it goes. It's actually pretty cool. You can also process multiple log files simultaneously, which is not something you can do with zcut. So I can go in and I can specify a number of fields that appear in different files and just go through pull in the different files to pull out that information. Makes cut so much easier. So this is going to seem a little bit like a Bill Stearns love session because Bill does such awesome work. So Passer is also a Bill Stearns tool. If you're doing nothing on your network to collect telemetry about internal systems, at the very least start using Passer, because Passer is something you can run. It'll work better if it can be on a span port, but even if it's not, it will collect usable data for you. So Passer will go through and identify what ports are your systems talking to. So for example, here it's saying, hey, this IP address has TCP port 443 open. Well, how does it know that? Well, it's because it saw a system send a SYN packet to TCP port 43 on that system, and it got back a SYN-ACK. So that system now gets listed as an open state. So this can give you a lot of decent telemetry about your internal systems with very little overhead. Because again, all you got to do is just run this on one of the systems run on your internal network. Smudge. Okay, so this wasn't all Bill. This is the collaboration that Bill was a part of. But Smudge is a passive fingerprinting tool. So one of the things that it can sometimes be helpful to figure out is what is that source operating system that's sending packets, right? Like, is it Windows? Is it Linux? That may change what I'm doing and how I'm going to look at this. How do I figure that out? I could go try and hunt the system down and, log in and take a look at the interface to see what it is, but that's a pain. We have to move, and we don't want to have to move if we don't have to, right? Passer can do that for you. So it looks at the little nuances that are different in the SYN packets coming from a Linux system versus a Windows system versus an Amiga system versus your iPhone versus whatever. And it uses those slight differences to come back and identify for you what was that operating system. We used to have a tool called P0F that did this, but that hasn't been supported in like 15 years. So this is kind of the new way to be able to go through and do passive fingerprinting. ngrep is an awesome tool. So I showed you grep to be able to search text output for certain patterns. ngrep does the same thing, but does it on the network. So for example, here I'm telling ngrep, look for the character string admin with capital A. Now I'm saying -Q. -Q says run in quiet mode. Don't print out pound signs every time you check packet and you don't find this pattern in it, -I says read in this PCAP file. But once you do that, now go in and look for the pattern admin. So ngrep comes back when we launch it and says, okay, I'm going to check that PCAP, and here's the exact pattern I'm going to go in and try and match on. And notice it prints out here. It says, hey, I saw a TCP packet coming from this IP, this upper port, going to that IP address, that port, with the ACK and the push flag set. And in the payload of that packet was this string, which includes that string admin. So I'm going to print it out. Hey, here I'm seeing it again. It's showing up down here. So any packets that have that string admin in it, it's going to print that out for me. Rita, the old version, because as I showed you right before we started on this, we got a new version coming out. So Rita uses Zeke logs to identify persistency within your environment. And again, these interfaces are changing. So we're kind of changing up the way that this goes through and does this. And in fact, it'll probably make more sense if I just go in and do this. Nope, that was the wrong screen. I want that. There we go. This is what Rita looks like now. So Rita will go through and it will identify a criticality to the session. How important is this that I need to go in and look at? It'll tell you what was the source, what was the destination. If we have fully qualified domain name information, just confirming the new Rita won't work with current AC Hunter. Yes, that's correct, Brian. The AC Hunter and Rita with the next versions that we release will not be backwards compatible. So basically, you got to set up a new system and re-import any data that you want to continue to work with. Rita is open source, so you can run as many copies as you want. There's no hit. And AC Hunter has an open license. So if you're an existing customer and you're running the current version, you can spin up the new version, run them both side by side. There's no impact on cost for any of that. But it's showing us where is it going to, how certain are we this is a beacon, and how much time has this been running for? How long has this connection been running for? So this is reading it out of a PCAP. And like I said, it's only out of a 24-hour PCAP. Where this is really going to shine is when you plug it in your network and you just let it keep running. Because once you do that, the stuff that just keeps running and running and running is all going to bubble up towards the top. The stuff that just shows up new, that hasn't been seen before, is going to show up. Everything in this file output is 23 hours because it's all out of the same PCAP. But if I was collecting it live, I might say, oh, hey, the first time you saw this target was 3 months ago. Okay, I probably don't need to worry about that. Versus, hey, this thing just showed up over the last hour. Okay, yeah, that's one I probably want to go in and pay attention to. So we're changing the Rita interface to put everything in one spot. So you literally, before you used to have to run, show beacons FQDN, show long connections, show DNS. There's a bunch of different show commands you had to run to look for different types of connection persistency. Now it's all just in one spot for you. So I still got the slides in here on the old version of Rita, just because we haven't released the new version yet, but we will be doing that shortly. And then this is the tool we're going to be playing around with in the labs once we come back from break. So this is AC Hunter. So AC Hunter uses Rita on the back end, but it gives it a web browser interface, which makes it a whole lot easier to be able to go through and use. So the concept here is the left-hand side of my screen. This is a list of all my internal systems sorted by threat score. So the higher the score, the more likely the system's in a compromised state. Over on the right-hand side, we break down where are those score points coming from. So for example, this one here that's being highlighted scored 94 points. That's because we were 94% certain that there's a IP-based beacon originating off of this system. We're seeing it beacon to an IP address out on the internet, and we don't necessarily have any fully qualified domain name information that's associated with that. But if there was some other parameter, it would be listing the score for that as well. The beacon screen, I showed this to you a little bit earlier. So this will identify what data set you're working with. And you can go through and you can scroll through all the different systems to see, okay, is there anything that they're talking to that looks like they might be suspect? In this one here, notice that the historic FQDN is truncated, ... If I was in the actual interface, I could put my mouse over the top of that and it will expand out the full name of that system. So I have an internal system talking to a host out on the internet, and it's trying to get to alpha.stjameschurch.org. Okay, that's kind of weird. Why is one of my internal systems talking to alpha.stjameschurch.org, 800 plus times an hour all day long? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So this may be something we need to investigate a little bit further. So beacon analysis capability. We also talked about that graph on the bottom. This isn't perfectly flat, but it's pretty close to it. It's close enough for us to say, yeah, this is connection persistency. This is something we need to go in and pay attention to. We talked about this screen too. I talked about how with view 1, you can go in and you can look at how often was certain dwell times seen between different connections. And we said, if this is a connection that's going off on a strict interval, once every 10 seconds, once every minute or whatever, I'm going to end up with one big line here and that's it. But when I see something like this tells me that connection's getting jittered. And 99.9% of the time when you see a jittered connection like this, it's going to end up being evil, because jitter is typically only used for the attacker to try and hide their tracks. I said 99.9%. What's the other 0.1%? I have seen cloud vendors, when they monitor VMs that are running, will jitter the queries that get sent out to the system. In other words, it's not your VM going out that's jittering, it's a connection coming to your VM that's jittering. And why are they jittering it? Well, they're jittering it so that they're not trying to, let's say they've got 100,000 VMs running within their infrastructure. They don't want to try and query all 100,000 within the same second, right? That would be bad. So they jitter those queries to kind of disperse the time out a little bit, so they're never making all the requests at the same time. That's the one exception I run into where jitter was being used legitimately. Outside of that, when you see it, it's probably going to end up being evil. We also said with view 2, I can analyze how much data was being sent across each session. And I said that when I see a bunch of connections, when I see a big peak like this, where all the connections are the same size, that's probably going to end up being my heartbeat. That's going to be my, hey, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. That's my lack of any commands being executed. Anytime I see a bigger session size, that's indicative of the C2 channel being activated and data moving back and forth. And how much data moves back and forth, I can figure out based on the sizes that are taking place. So for example, my heartbeat is, let's round it up and just call it 790 bytes. So this is 790 bytes in size. So any of these connections I say, if I subtract 790 for the overhead of the C2 channel itself, that'll tell me about how much data was moved through that session. It won't be an exact number, but it'll get us really close in the ballpark. Sometimes you might see a smaller session size than the actual heartbeat. For every C2 channel I've analyzed, when there's something smaller than the heartbeat, it's always ended up being because the connection attempt failed. So the C2 server was refusing connections to its port, or that box went offline, or something like that occurred. Notice 40 bytes. We talked about that before. That's my IP header and my TCP header without any option set. That's exactly 40 bytes. So anytime I see 40 bytes, that tells me, yeah, no, this was a failed connection attempt. Target investigation, we talked about that. So the ability to go through and just kind of get a quick summary of, here's the ASN it went to, who's responsible for it, where is it located, what DNS query took place that brought the user here. You get to see that type of information. And anytime you see an IP address or a fully qualified domain name, you can, if it doesn't print the whole thing on the screen like you see here, you can put your mouse over it to print out the entire answer. So that's kind of helpful. And I can also, and I don't have it in here, I can also click on of IP address or fully qualified domain name, an investigation menu pops up. And that investigation menus allows me to just very quickly select an item and say, hey, go to virus total and give them this IP address or fully qualified domain name. And let's see what virus total knows about them, or alien vault, or whatever the case may be. Long connection screen, we looked at this one a little bit earlier. So this is just going to go through. We said view one is always going to be cumulative communication time. And that's the one you're going to want to work off of majority of the time. But if you do need, for whatever reason, need to see length of time for unique sessions, you can always go to view two for that. Threat intel. So let's talk about this one a little bit. So I'm not a big threat intel fan. I'm not a big threat intel fan because threat intel doesn't address our biggest risk vector today. Threat intel is great for mass propagation, which we saw a lot 20 years ago, right? When our biggest risk concern was little Bobby living in mommy and daddy's basement, trying to own more systems on the internet than his friends playing the same online game. Threat intel made a lot of sense because little Bobby is going to use the same malware against you that he'll use against me. He'll use the same infrastructure to run the attack against you that he'll use against me. So if I see him come, I see little Bobby coming, and I report that, and now you get to see, oh, hey, anything you see coming from this IP address, it's probably going to be evil. Now you're in a better position to protect yourself. Makes sense, right? Here's the problem. Today, it's all targeted attacks. It's not everything. 90%, 85% of what's out there is targeted attacks. That's the stuff you're worried about. The mass propagation stuff, oh, yeah, that's just usually old crap floating around still. It's the targeted attacks you got to worry about. It's nation state, it's crime organizations that are coming after you. And they are financially backed, which means it's not one teenage programmer in the basement. It is a dev team that is working on the malicious, that's working on the inject code. There's another dev team working on the C2 code. I mentioned SolarWinds a little bit earlier. I remember reading an analysis on that, and they estimated that there were probably about 100 developers that produced that Sunburst code. Yikes. So malware being produced by 100 plus people is really what that kind of comes down to. So it's all targeted today. When it's targeted, the malware used against you will be different than what gets used against me. The infrastructure used to run the attack will be different for you versus me. So threat intel tends to generate more false positives than anything else these days. I went through a bunch of lists a couple of months ago, and the false positive rate I identified was anywhere from 20 to 90%. So, 90%, that means every 10 times that it triggered and said, warning, Will Robinson, this is an evil IP address coming to attack you, 9 of those were bogus. 9 of those were probably an entry from 6 months ago. And now it's, Bob and Alice's pizza shop down the street, and somebody on the sales team is just trying to order a pizza. But that IP address went back into a pool and it ended up going to Bob and Alice's pizza shop. So you get a lot of false positives. One of the things AC Hunter will do is if it gets a match, it'll show you, but then it'll also start tracking how many bytes of information are being sent by your system to this host out on the internet. And the reason we do that is think of your typical false positive, like the one I described, right? That IP address was evil, but now it's just a pizza shop and you can go there and order pizza for lunch. How much data is the client going to send as part of that legitimate HTTPS connection? Not much, right? It's going to send an SSL client hello, its user agent string, URIs for any data that it wants to request. That's it. So there's not a lot for your typical HTTPS session. There's not a lot of data leaving that client. So what we do is we set thresholds at 5 megabytes and 25 megabytes. And what we do is if the amount of data transferred stays below 5 megabytes, we don't add in any additional points. If it exceeds 5 megabytes, we start adding in additional points. By the time it gets to 25, we've added in 100 points just to make sure you pay attention to that system. And you can't do this with Community Edition, but with the Commercial Edition, you can do some cool things like you can say, hey, only generate an alert when a system changes in score more than 10 points. So now I could go in and I could say, okay, if you match my threat intel list, only assign 5 points. But don't generate an alert until a 10-point change is seen. Well, now, unless it matches the threat intel and a lot of data is moving out, you're not getting a warning about this thing, which means you're chasing your tail a lot less frequently. Are these focused on outbound packets, or am I missing something? It's focused on outbound sessions. So it's focused. So again, command and control, it's an internal system that got compromised talking to a command and control server out on the internet. So that session is going to originate from the compromised system on your network, going to the command and control server running out on the internet someplace. So we're not looking at what's trying to come in through your firewall. You've got other tools for that. What we're looking at is the behaviors behind. You've got a system that's in a compromised state. It's reaching out to let the attacker come in and take remote control of that system. There's also cyber deception module. This one's actually kind of fun. So I can go in and I can say I want to create a token, and a token can be something like a user. So I can go in and say, hey, I want to create a user who's an administrator, and we'll output a PowerShell script that you can then go run on your domain controller that will create the user John Doe, assign them to the administrator group, and then assign them a randomized 32-character password. So nobody's brute forcing that in our lifetimes. And then what we do is we turn on full logging for that account. So imagine an attacker breaches a system and they want to start trying to move laterally. One of the techniques they may use is they may go through and enumerate out all your users, which you can do that without even being authenticated most of the time. And then they'll go through and they'll start using common passwords against each of those valid user accounts. So they may try, I mentioned earlier, summer 2024. That's one that's, a lot of folks going to start using because PCI made them change their password again. And they got to do it 4 times a year. Oh my God, how am I supposed to remember 4 password changes a year? I know there's 4 seasons each year. I'll just use that along with the year. Problem solved. And now I'm always using a unique password and I'll remember what it is. Oh, bad idea. But they'll use something like that and they'll just start trying it against one account, then the next, then the next, then the next. And they'll run it slow enough that they're never actually locking out any of the accounts. Well, when they hit the John Doe account, you'll get an alert that says, hey, someone just tried to log in as John Doe from 192.168.1.50. Well, now you know that at 192.168.1.50, you have a rogue user or a compromised system. There's no legitimate need to log into this account that nobody's actually using. You can do it for files as well. One of my personal favorites is go in and create a juicy looking login script, like something for the accounting group or something like that. And then you just sit in the, when you do the create token thing, it outputs a PowerShell script for you again. So it'll go in, create this file, and then it just doesn't assign it to anybody's profile. Well, now this what looks like a legitimate login script is hanging out on the net login share, which everybody has access to. And for the folks that have done pen testing in the past, you're probably saying, wait a minute, Chris, I use that. Don't put a tripwire on that thing, because the net login share, people have access to it before they authenticate. So I can go in and I can make a copy of all those login scripts. And that's a very quick, simple way to get a map of the environment. If I start ping sweeping the environment, you might notice that. But if I just make a copy of these login scripts on this share that I have read access to anyway, you're probably never going to see that. Well, if you set up a token for it, you will get an alert that says, hey, 192.168.1.100 just copied that login script you said no one should ever touch. Now you know you got a system you got to go pay attention to. Deep Dive is a cool tool. This will allow you to go in and look at all the connections that a specific system has done. We color code it, so anything in orange is potentially bad. Anything in white is probably okay. What's kind of neat about this is, let's say we go in and we find a compromised system. We see that it's talking to a host out on the internet. We're pretty certain that's a command and control channel. How do we be certain that this one system is the only one compromised? Well, I can go into Deep Dive and I can say, show me all my internal systems that are talking to that host out on the internet. If only this system comes back, this one system is my scope. If, which is unfortunately more likely, a dozen systems come back and we see they're only calling home every 6 to 8 hours, well, now that dozen systems is my scope. So now if I decide my next best step is to start isolating stuff off, I need to make sure I do all 12 of them at the same time. The install process, pretty straightforward. Just run the install script, answer the prompts. You got to know what IP addresses systems are at, a name of an account with sudo access that it can log in with. It's pretty easy to get up and running. And there is a community edition and an enterprise edition. There are differences between the two. This is not a sales pitch, so I'm not going to spend time going through this list. I'm sure everybody is capable of figuring out what's on this list themselves. I will say the big difference between the two is with the community edition, we wanted to create a tool that if you're in the position of, oh crap, I think one or more of my systems are compromised, you can download it and this will help you find it. If you're in the position of saying, I want to continuously threat hunt my environment on a regular basis and let the SOC know when something might be wrong, that's what the enterprise version is for. You may also want to consider internal zone transfers, right? Because a lot of these tools are going to tell you, oh, 192.168.1.10 was doing this weird activity. Well, that may, but that got handed out via DHCP. That may change from day to day or possibly multiple times in the same day. Well, if you just simply do a zone transfer off your internal DNS, you'll see what system name was assigned to that IP address during what time frames. So now when I figure out, oh, hey, at 1 o'clock today, this system, accessed that file on the net login share that nobody should be accessing. Whose system was that? Well, I can go back to my zone transfer logs and that'll tell me who was assigned that IP. Last tool before we break. So data mash. This is a great data processing tool. One of the challenges I run into sometimes is I'll run into a situation where I have multiple columns of data and I want to be able to add up data from one of those columns. How do you do that from the command line? Data mash does that all day long and it does an awesome job at it. So data mash is a generic statistical analysis tool. So it's designed to look at a range of numbers and give you the min, the max, the mean, that type of thing. But one of the things I can do with it is I can go in and I can tell it, if I look at this command here, I'm telling data mash, hey, when column 1 and column 2 are the same, add up the values in comma 3. So for example, in this output, what I'm seeing is I have this IP talking to that IP was running for 328 seconds, but then it connected back up again later and it ran for 27 seconds. I don't want to see them separately. I want to add those together. Here I can see addresses, one connection at 41 seconds, the other one at 31 seconds. Now I want to add them together. Well, data mash will do that for me. So I'm saying, hey, when the source IP and the destination IP address are the same, add up that third column. Well, now I can see that 11.10, I saw a 328 second connection and a 27 second connection, but there were more that didn't fit on the screen. When I added them all up, they added all up to 356 seconds. Now, if I look at these two, add these two numbers up, that matches that number exactly. Those were only those two there. So if I need to go through and add up columns, data mash is great for that. The only caveat is data mash has to see a number. So see this grep command here? What this grep command is saying is any blank lines in the output, remove them. Because if data mash sees a blank line, it can't mathematically process that. So it gets confused and it just pukes and dies. Zeke, if a connection is attempted but doesn't complete, will list the duration time as a dash, right? It's not 0 seconds because it didn't even really connect, but it tried. So it'll just record that as a dash. Well, a dash is not a mathematical character that I can add or subtract. So if data mash sees that, it's going to puke on it. So this command here just says, hey, anytime the duration was dash, remove it. I don't care about it anyway because it's like a less than 0 duration time. But that'll allow me to go through and add up all these numbers. And if you want to do testing on this yourself, we have another open source tool called the under threat tools that'll call Beacon Simulator. And this allows me to go in and identify a target IP, and I can identify what port I want to hit, how often I want to hit it, how much I want to jitter the connection, and I can even jitter the payload. I personally have not seen attackers jittering payload size yet. Probably because they haven't built that feature into Cobalt Strike. Once it does, then everybody will start doing it. But until then, it's only people writing their own malware that has the possibility of doing it. And there's very few that do. But if you want to test your threat hunting tools and their ability to detect persistent connections and identify what might be something to worry about and what isn't, and you want to jitter the timing, that's here. If you want to jitter the size, that's here as well. But you can also do this just by writing up some simple scripts. So here I have a script that says, I want to use curl to do a connection to an IP address I specify after the script that connects up, and it uses this as a user agent string, Atari 7800. Right. So if I want to send a specific user agent string, something at the application layer, I can use something like curl for that, or I can use something like hping3 for that. And then see this here? Shuff is introducing jitter. So what's happening is the curl commands run, and then I have the sleep command, and the sleep command will identify a number of seconds to pause before it then loops back up and runs curl again. Well, it's going to pick a number of seconds between 200 and 350. I like using shuff instead of random, just because surprisingly enough, shuff seems to be more random than random. But again, it's really easy to write scripts around some of these common things you want to do. So it's very easy to go in and create your own. I have an FQ script that I wrote that I use a lot. Here's what it looks like here. And what that allows me to do is when I'm in a Zeke directory, when I'm in a directory with Zeke logs, I can say FQ space an IP address or a fully qualified domain name, and it will check the DNS information, the HTTP information, and the HTTPS information to see what it knows about that string. So here, this is telling me that, this IP address, that came up because somebody did a query for, fw.adsafeprotected.com. And then there's also a connection to it that was done over HTTPS, and the server had a valid digital certificate associated with it. Nice, quick information that can make it a whole lot easier to go through and do your hunt. All right. I ran a little bit over, but I wanted to make sure we got here because the next thing we're going to jump into after this is labs. So we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break until, let's call it 25 minutes after. And when we come back, we'll do a hands-on walkthrough together. We'll both load up AC Hunter Community Edition, and you will follow what I do to kind of get used to using the screen. And once you've had a walkthrough and you're kind of familiar with where everything is, I've got a couple of labs for you to go through and hit after that. So let's take a break. I will catch you all at 25 minutes after the top of the hour. I'll talk to you then. All right, we are back. So to Brian's comment, I would expect an experienced rally driver would A, get caught, B, pull over very often. So yeah, I drove rally for a while. I also taught for 5 years. I also used to teach special forces teams and law enforcement. So one of the nice things about when I was teaching law enforcement is they have the little special stickers that you can put on your car that basically tells cops that this person is okay. And I always had a business card from my contact with law enforcement. So when I would get pulled over and they would say, "Why do you have the sticker?" I would hand them the business card, and they would go back to the car and they would do whatever, but they would usually come back and just tell me, "Slow down," and hand my stuff back in the window to me. So that was always good. Unfortunately, down here in Florida, I don't teach that to law enforcement anymore. So I don't have that get out of jail free card. So yeah, I had a get out of jail free card, which kind of made that fun. All right, just a couple slides, and then we're going to jump in and start covering this stuff. So we're going to do this in two passes. I'm going to first do a walkthrough. So what I want to do is I want you to get AC Hunter up and running on your system, or have you log into the shared instances that we're running, but get access to that AC Hunter interface, whatever way makes sense for you. And I'm going to go through a couple of exercises here, and I just want you to go through and follow along with me. And once we do that, that'll give you some familiarity with the interface and how to find things and things of that nature. And then once we've done that, we're going to go through and we're going to, I'm going to give you a couple of hands-on labs to do. So what that'll be is I'll give you a problem to solve, and then you need to go through and figure out how to solve that problem. I always include hints. So you'll see a slide that will define, hey, here is the problem. And it's usually going to be, hey, see if there's any potential connection persistency here that we need to worry about. And you need to try and figure out how to solve that problem. If you think you know what you're doing, hey, just go for it. If you're looking at that and you're thinking, man, I'm not even sure where to start on that one, Chris, flip to the next slide and go to the hints. The hints will kind of help point you in the right direction. So they won't tell you, you need to travel at 97 degrees, but they will tell you, hey, you might want to think about heading east a little bit. And, and usually you can kind of pick up on it from there. If you go through the hints and you're still not sure, slides after that are going to have the answers on them. So that's what we're going to walk through and do. Here's all our login information. So like I said, login name threat, password hunting for everything except for the web interface for AC Hunter, where the login is threat@activecountermeasures.com and the password is hunting2. Yeah, and once we get through the hands-on walkthrough, we'll work with the labs. The labs are on the VM. I'll walk you through that when we get to it. What you need to connect to. What do you type in your browser in order to connect to AC Hunter? Kind of depends on what you're doing. If you are inside the VM, running Chrome within the VM, and you want to talk to AC Hunter, here's what you pointed at here. If you are on a Windows box and you're running VirtualBox and your VM is running inside VirtualBox, here's what you want to type here. If you're on your Windows box and you're running VMware and you want to talk to AC Hunter, here's what you type into the browser here. But once you type in the correct link, depending upon what you're running, this is what you should see. And the login name is threat@activecountermeasures.com. Password is hunting2. All right. Let's just kind of jump right into the guided tour. When you run AC Hunter for the first time, it's going to pop up and you'll see the screen and it'll say, hey, pick a database. The database I want you to pick is this last one here, DNSCAT2-JA3. If you don't have these other databases, don't worry about that. Don't worry about it at all. This is the only one we need to worry about for now, DNSCAT2. So once you select that, go ahead and click confirm. And when you do, it'll load up and you're going to see a list of systems on the left-hand side, scores associated with each. And then on the right-hand side, you're going to see where are those score points actually coming from? Why was that system assigned the points that it was assigned? Now, if you're on the VM, one thing you might run into is, that wasn't what I wanted to click. Oh, that was smart, Chris. I hate it when I click the wrong button. If you're on the VM, sometimes what you run into is everything ends up kind of smashed together like that. If you're running the virtual machine and you're not running it full screen, the browser is only going to be able to work with the space it has to work with. So you may see something more like this. You can usually go up and you can play with your Zoom settings to change this to get everything to present. If you're like me and you're on a Windows box connecting to that VM, everything should be fine. This is only going to run into you if you're using the browser within the VM itself, but you want to make sure you can see all of this. You want to be able to see, and actually, let me reframe this because we're on Zoom and Zoom likes to cut off the bottom of the screen. Come on, there we go. Just make sure you can see from this main screen, you can see all the icons along the bottom. Make sure you can see the little gear icon up here. If you change the zoom and it doesn't seem like it fixed anything, hit Control-R to reload the page. And that should kind of get you in a good spot. So that should get everybody to where you can kind of load things up. Now, AC Hunter works with databases. The way I access my databases is I go up here to this little gear icon, which, by the way, this gear icon only applies on this main page. So if you're ever looking for the gear icon and you can't find it, come down here and click Dashboard. That'll bring you to the screen. You'll see the little gear icon up on the right. When I click the gear icon, that pulls up my settings, and my first tab is my databases. So if I wanted to select another database, I could go off and select something else. And actually, I am not on the system I want to be on. I want to be on the system, because this will actually match what we're doing a little bit better. Here we go. So let's say I wanted to take a look at one of the other databases is here. I could simply click on it, click confirm. That'll load up that other database instead. There's two ways to get data into AC Hunter. One is through a live feed. So I may have Zeke reading, Zeke going through and reading my packets and feeding it off to AC Hunter, in which case that's going to dump it into this data set here. Local, it's going to name it rolling. It's going to give it the system name, which I gave my system name the name localhost because, hey, why be creative if you don't have to? But this is always going to be my latest and greatest live information. If I manually import data, let's say I have a PCAP file and I want to go through and analyze that, I manually pull that in. I'll show you how to do that stuff a little bit later. But if I manually point it in, I decide what I want to name it, and it will pop up here, whatever that name is. So all these other ones you see, Lab 1 through 3, the Open Connections, GCAT, etc., those were all PCAPs that just got manually entered in. So that's all my databases. Safe lists, themes, we'll come back and talk about that stuff in just a little bit. We'll come back and hit that one in a little. Let's kind of work with the safe list stuff now. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and let's go to, let's say, beacons. Let me find something that looks pretty good. Both one down. Yeah, here we go. So click on the beacons icon. So there's two ways I can go in and access my screens. I can click here or I can click down the bottom. What's the difference? So let's say I want to go in and I want to look at all the beacons associated with a particular internal system. I would click somewhere over here on the right. And when I do that, notice it creates a search filter automatically for me that just filters on that IP. So that's going to allow me to focus in on just that system. However, if I want to see everything, let's say that I just want to look at all possible beacons, regardless of score, blah, blah, blah. I want to have everything in one spot. I'd come down here and I'd select the beacons icon on the bottom. And notice I don't get a search parameter created by default. So I now see multiple different sources taking place here. If you go down to this one here, 1055.182.100, we see something that kind of looks like a beacon. It has one or two connections going off each hour. It's doing that all day long. So there's definitely some connection persistency here, and it's running pretty slow. If I go up to the right, this gives me some information about that system. So I can see that's going 8068. So that's Microsoft's management ASN, or at least it used to be. I can see it's owned by Microsoft. And if I look at what did they use a query to get there, it was msedge.net. Or it was a host within msedge.net. msedge.net is owned by Microsoft. So this is looking like this might be a Microsoft system. So this is probably a Windows system, and it's calling home to Microsoft Edge for some reason. Maybe it's to check for patches. Maybe it's, to report what my income was last year. Who knows what data Microsoft is collecting from us these days, right? But it's calling back to Microsoft for something. If I want to learn a little bit more about this, I can click on that name, and then I can click on it here. And then this will give me a couple of different tools I can use to learn more information. So for example, let's go to virus total. When I click on that, it opens up a new tab and it says, msedge.net. Out of the 93 tools we aggregate, nobody has reported any problems with this. And I can go down and I can look at, hey, look, this is the last digital certificate that was seen off of that system. Here's what it looks like. This has been issued to Microsoft. Notice it's also part of Skype. So this probably has something to do with Skype communications. So I can get all sorts of fun information off of this here. I can also do that based on IP address. So here I looked at the fully qualified domain name. Up here, I can go in and I can say I want to look at the IP. So when I click on it, this menu appears. Go down to virus total. And here's what it's reporting about the IP. Now, this time it's saying 1 out of 93 vendors have flagged this as being suspicious. If you see one, don't freak out. People tend to not know what they're doing when they're reporting these a lot of times. A lot of this stuff is crowdsourced. Anybody can report it in. Not everybody really understands what they're actually working with all the time. So we could be running into that. The most important aspect on this screen for me is this section right here. What this is telling me is that back on 10/13/2021, here was the fully qualified domain name associated with this IP address. Well, that's Microsoft, right? msedge.net. So it's Microsoft, it's Microsoft, it's Microsoft. This has been associated with the Microsoft system for over the last 2 years. 2.5. Let's round. Call it 2.5 years. So for 2.5 years, this has been a Microsoft system. It is incredibly unlikely that this is a malicious host, right? This isn't somebody who stood something up and used a $sign instead of an S in the Microsoft name and woohoo, I got people going to my bogus site at this point here. So that's not the case. So again, these research tools kind of make it real easy for us to figure out, yeah, we're seeing persistency, but if we're using Skype internally and this is associated with Skype, yeah, we don't have to worry about this. Now, what's going to happen tomorrow? Well, tomorrow there'll still be this type of this traffic on the network. It'll show up again unless we do something about it. We probably don't want to keep seeing the same thing over and over again, right? So I mentioned safe listing is one of the things you want to make sure you're doing. When we do our threat hunt and we identify that a connection pair is safe, we want to go in and create some sort of a safe list so that connection pair doesn't continue to appear in later threat hunts. So here's what we're going to do. See up here, there's a little filter icon. I'm going to click that. And when I do, my safe entry dialog box is going to appear. So this is going in and this is allowing me to say, how do I want to go through and create this safe list entry? Do I want to say, hey, anything on the internet that this source IP address talks to, don't worry about it? Probably not, right? The option's there if I need it, but probably not. Most likely what I'm going to want to go for is maybe this one, where I'm going to go in and say, okay, I could safe list just this IP or everything that's part of this class C, class B, or class A. I'd probably wouldn't want to go above the class C, but more likely I just want to go with this specific address. I could say, oh, hey, 8068, anything in that autonomous system number with millions of systems? Sure, trust them all. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, be very, 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 very careful using that. In fact, I think we've removed ASN as an option because I'm just too afraid of people shooting themselves in the foot. So I have a number of options to kind of configure what I want my safe list entry to look like. Now, what if I only want to do it for this system, right? So let's say this was TeamViewer. Right? So TeamViewer is remote access software. Could be good, could be evil, right? Is TeamViewer running on your box okay? Well, it depends. Do you know it was there? Did you put it there? If you did, it's probably okay. If you didn't know TeamViewer was there, yeah, you're going to have a really bad day, right? Somebody else put it there and you may not want it there, and oops, this is not a good thing. So when it was Skype, it was probably okay to do something like saying, hey, anytime any of my users talk to this system, that's okay, right? Because it's, hey, I might have Skype running on multiple systems. But when you get into something like TeamViewer, I might want to say, hey, I only want to safe list this one box because it's okay if it's running on this box. It's not okay if it's running on other systems. So that's another possibility. I can also go in and I can do this based on domain. So I can go in and say, well, that target IP might change. It might, Microsoft might move this to another system later. And I want this safe list to say persistent through that. So rather than do it based on IP, I'm going to do it based on the fully qualified domain name. So I'm going to say, I want to apply this to all my internal hosts, because again, it's Skype. Any of my users might be running it. This may just be the first instance I run into. So I'm going to say this safe list applies to any of my internal systems talking to this host. And here's the A record that we're working with. So I can say that one host specifically Or notice what the host name is, s-0001.s-msedge.net. Well, that implies to me there's probably an s-0002, s-0003, etc., right? We don't want to have to create a unique safe list entry for each of those. So one of the things I can do is I can enable wildcards, and I can take the little slidey bar and move it to the right. And what this says is, hey, if this traffic pattern is seen going to any host within msedge.net, that's okay. And now if I go in and I apply my safe list, you'll see the screen updates and that entry goes away. So now for my hunt tomorrow, that entry won't appear at all. We still collect the data. It's still there. You can retrieve it if you need to, but it's not going to score it. It's not going to have it show up. Why not just delete it, right? Wouldn't that be more efficient? Well, here's the problem. Let's say we created that safe list entry because we thought it was Microsoft, but we didn't notice that it actually had a $sign instead of S's. And, we figured out later, oh, wait, no, this was a bad idea. I'll give you a great example. We had a customer that inadvertently created safe list entries based on IP addresses for Akamai's content delivery servers. Think about what they did. They said anything going through an Akamai CDN server is okay. Don't worry about it. Whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, I can see if it's Microsoft, it's okay. But if it's evil.ru, just because they're using Akamai as a service, you want to think that's okay? No, I don't think so. So they created some safe list entries that were a really bad idea. Well, what this allowed them to do was to go in. So if you go back to the main screen, go up here to settings, I can go to safe list, and notice this showing me I got a safe list entry created here. I'm going to go in and say view/edit. What this allowed them to do was to go to this screen, search for those safe list entries they created that they shouldn't have, and then just simply delete them. And once they deleted them, now they could say, okay, when did we create that safe list entry? 2 weeks ago? Okay, let's go back 2 weeks in the data and re-review everything without the safe list entry. So it's kind of nice. It gives you the ability to, not shoot yourself in the foot. You can't cut the shotgun that shot. We're not going to delete the data on you. It's always going to be there, type of thing. Cool. Hopefully that makes sense for everybody. Let's see what else. So we took a look at the safe list. We looked at investigation. Let me take one down a little bit deeper. Let's see. Is the timestamp for when the safe list entry was created not recorded? Good question, Michael. It is not, but you do have the ability to go through and create commentary. So what I usually recommend to folks is in that comment, name of the person who made the entry, date it happened. And if you're doing like ISO and you need to track all changes, go in and put the ticket number that authorized this change. That way you've got a full audit trail of what's there. But adding the date timestamp by default probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Let me talk to the devs about that. That's a good one. Thanks, dude. Awesome. So let's see what else. Let's look at this one. So let's say we were looking at this, right? Internal system. It's talking to a host on the internet. It's going to DigitalOcean. It's going to alpha-stjameschurch.org. Why is my business talking to alpha-stjameschurch.org? That doesn't sound right to me. That sounds like something might be wrong here. So let's say we did a full investigation and we figured out, no, this is bad. This looks like, hey, it's not recognizing the TCP 443 protocol. It should be identifying that as SSL. It's not. Somebody's tunneling something through this port. So let's say we did the full investigation and we figured out, yeah, I think this is a command and control server. Well, we mentioned one of the things you want to get a handle on before you do anything is scope. Is this the only system compromised? Well, I mentioned that what an attacker will do is they'll compromise one system, and as they move to other systems, they'll have them call back into the same command and control server. That way, there is a backup. so that if this one goes offline for whatever reason, one of those other systems can step in and now be their conduit into your environment. So what we want to be able to check for is we want to see, is anybody else talking to alpha-st-james-church.org? Well, one of the ways I can check that is I can go in and I can click on the IP address and I can go into deep dive. And when I go into deep dive, that's going to show me all my internal systems that are talking to that host. In this case here, I can see it's just this one box. So in this particular situation, my scope would be just this one system. Let's see if I can't give you another example here. Yeah, it's a good one. So let's say we looked at this one, and again, we decided, oh, okay, this may be this looks like it's a C2 server. My system's compromised. Let's go into deep dive to get scope. Notice this time, it's got a little filled in blue circle here. If I click that and open it up, that tells me there's multiple systems on that 10 network that we're talking to this host. Well, now all of these IP addresses are now part of my scope because they're all talking to that same command and control server. So deep dive is a great way to be able to go in and just quickly figure out, who's talking to who. And you can pivot within this interface too. So let's say this 1055.182.100 address was the one we initially found. And I'm kind of going through this list and I'm looking at this one and I'm saying, oh, that looks a little weird. I wonder who this system has been talking to. Is it just talking to this C2 server? Or is there other traffic maybe going out to the internet that might be suspicious? Well, right now I'm filtering on that external IP. How do I change it to look at that one? I just come up here and click the little the pivot button. And when I do that, it just swaps. So it's looking at all the traffic that this system is generating. And now I can go in here and I can drill down on anything I need to see, yeah, is there anything here that might potentially be suspicious that I need to go in and pay attention to? So you can get to deep dive directly here, right? Actually, let me come back to the dashboard. I can get to deep dive directly here. If I click deep dive, it'll say enter an IP address. And as I start typing in an IP address, it will automatically start telling me what my options are on my network, right? So anything in the data set, it's automatically going to list out so that I can maybe get away with only having to type a partial address. So if I want to go to deep dive directly, I can use the little icon down the bottom. But I can also, as you saw, click on an IP address, fully qualified domain name, and just select it from this little pull-down item. That's the other way I can go in and I can get into deep dive if I have to. So that gives you a good way to be able to go through and kind of run through that. Let's see, what's another fun one? Long connections. Let's talk about those a little bit. So similar information. Here's where it's going. Here's the fully qualified domain names that were resolved to get there. Notice there were tons of them. Gee, doubleclick.net. I wonder if this has anything to do with adware that's taking place here. Maybe. So yeah, this is going to give me my cumulative communication time that's taking place here. And as I said, if I go to view 2, you'll see the numbers get a little bit smaller because this is showing me my individual connect time. By default, this is showing me everything that's 5 hours or longer. If I want to change that, let's say I want to look at everything that's 10 hours or longer, I can go through and I can just change it that way. So it allows me to quickly go through and kind of set some predefined thresholds. I can also go through and change my sort options. So I can sort it by longest connection first, which is usually what you're going to want to see. If you want to see shortest connection first for whatever reason, you could change that. Most of the screens have some sort of a sort option that you can go through and mess with as you want to. And again, there's always the search option here. So you have that to play with as well. Let's see, what else do we need? Oh, so let's talk about getting data into this. Give me just a second here to pull up the screen. Oh, I'm getting like Bill Stearns. I have too many terminal windows up at the same time. So I got a couple of data sets that are already created in my instance that I actually want to go through and create with you. So I'm just going through and just nuking those real quick so that we're all starting from exactly the same spot. All right, here we go. Okay, so for the folks that are on the shared instance, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to do this section of the lab, but this has already been done for you on the shared instances, so you don't have to worry about it. For the folks that are running a VM, please follow along with what I'm doing here. So I am at the command line within the virtual machine, or I'm in the terminal of the virtual machine. So I'm on the same box that we were just pointing our browser at here. So one of the things, so Rita is actually the back end for AC Hunter, which is kind of neat. So if I type in Rita space list, and you can go through and try that as well, and then hit enter, it might prompt you for your password. Password is hunting. Go ahead and type that in. That's showing me a list of data sets. Well, if I go back here for a second and look at what databases do AC Hunters see, you will notice, and get my screen sizes right here, that look at that. The list is the same. It lists the databases in a different order, but all the databases are the same. So we talked about Rita, we talked about AC Hunter. You can actually interact with these databases through either tool, whatever makes your life a little bit easier. You're probably going to want to use AC Hunter majority of the time, and that's fine. But there are some things that you can do with Rita, which or that you need to do through the Rita interface, and I'm going to show you an example of that now. So if I type the ls command, that shows me a bunch of different directories. Notice one of them, labs directory. And if you're wondering where we are right now, we're in the home directory of the user threat. So we logged in as the user threat. So we're in threats home directory. And in threats home directory is this labs directory. So I'm going to type in cd space labs to cd into that directory. Then I'm going to type ls again. And oh, hey, look, we have lab 1, lab 2, lab 3. Guess what's in each one of those directories? Each one of our 3 labs. So I'm going to go to lab 1 like that. And then if you type ls, that'll show you a list of all the files that are located inside of that directory. Pretty cool. So what we want to do is we want to take these Zeke logs and we want to import them into AC Hunter. So how do we do that? Well, we're going to use the Rita command. The keyword we want to use is import, I-M-P-O-R-T. So we're going to tell Rita we want to import some data. What do we want to import? We want to import all the log files from the current directory. So star.log, that'll do that for it. And then we need to give this database a descriptive name. Well, we're in the lab 1 directory. So let's just keep it simple and we're going to label this, we're going to name this database lab 1. So don't run it just yet. So now if I go look at what databases I have, I don't see a lab 1 data set, right? So now I'm going to come back here to my terminal and I'm going to hit enter on this command. And when I do, you'll see Rita go through and import the data. And then once it's done, now there's some really helpful information that you get as part of the import. Notice it's saying host analysis, 111 hosts. So it saw 111 systems total. There's no proxy connections in this particular data set. It saw 40 different connections that have SNI information associated with it. There's 116 DNS records. I don't have to read each one of these lines to you, but you get the idea. You can kind of get a ballpark of what's actually getting imported as part of this data set just by watching this input as it went by. Now, once that's done, now I'm going to go over here. And again, you do this too. Go to settings, and you should see a lab 1 data set now. So what we did is we took those Zeke logs, imported it into AC Hunter using the Rita utility, and now these log files are available to get reviewed using AC Hunter. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to hit confirm. And if everything worked for you, because we all know live labs and demonstrations always go perfectly every single time, you should see there's 1 internal host and there's a bunch of different things that got flagged over here. You should see something similar to that. And again, if you're on the shared instances, You'll have a DNS line in here. Don't worry about that. You can ignore that for now. But you should have something that looks kind of similar to this. Now, here's what I want you to do. So it's almost the top of the hour. So we're going to take a break for, we're going to take a quick short break for 10 minutes. But when we come back, I want you to go through and I want you to do a lab. And the lab is, I want you to go into the Beacons web module. So this is all of our traffic that's based on HTTP and HTTPS that has some level of persistency associated with it. And I want you to go through and review all the entries that have a score of 80 or higher. So if I go through my list, the first one is above 80, second one, third one, fourth, fifth, sixth. Now notice the next one, the little icon next to it turns yellow. That's kind of my visual indicator that we should drop below 80 at that point there, which it does. So these first 6, I want you to go through and do a quick hunt on these. I want you to take a look at these 6 entries, and I don't want you to do anything. Don't create any safe lists or anything like that yet. I just simply want you to look at these, spend no more than a minute on each, and tell me good or bad. On that grand scale of it's safe or it's evil, let's call that a 0 to 100 scale. Where are you on each of these, right? Like if the first one you look at it like, oh, no brainer, this one's okay, I'm scoring a 5, great. Some of these you might look at it and I'm not sure, I'm scoring a 50, great. Jot that down. So for these first 6 entries, I want you to tell me, is it good, is it evil, or are you sitting on the fence on it? So let's go through and take our break. We're going to take a break until 10 minutes after the top of the hour. The question was, how do we navigate here? Go to the Beacon web icon in the bottom. So when you're at the dashboard, when you're seeing this, let me pull this up a little bit just in case. I'm not sure if, so I know Zoom truncates the bottom. I think this is up high enough. Just let me know in chat, can you see all of these buttons on the screen or on my screen? Can you see the buttons on the bottom? Plenty of room. Great. Awesome. So I want you to go to this module here, Beacon Web. So the third icon over, evaluate the first 6. Do you think it's good? Do you think it's evil? That'll be the lab. So let's take our break. We'll come back 10 minutes after. I'll give you a little bit of time to work through this. And then after that, we'll go through and cover it together. I'll catch you in 10 minutes. Okay, let me start talking about this one a little bit through, just so we're on the same page. So one thing somebody brought up that I didn't actually cover was if you go to settings and you go to themes, there's a couple of different themes that we have in there. There's game mode and there's also DaVinci mode. Someone was saying they like the DaVinci mode better. They like the light mode. It's easier to read. Hey, whatever blows your dress up type of thing. That's why we got the 2 modes in there. I will say the new version, we're going to have multiple different themes that you can choose from. We're trying to get a little bit better at, there are multiple different types of color blindness, and we want to make sure that the interface is accommodating of that, especially with the new one. Some text ends up being a little bit smaller, so we want to make sure that's readable to everybody. So yeah, this version has 2 modes. I think there's at least 4 or 5 with the next version that's going to be coming out after this. So the lab was go under Beacon Web and look at the first 6 entries. So it's all these ones that have a little orange thing to it, or excuse me, or orange or higher, and figure out just really quickly, is this something we need to be worried about or not? In other words, does it look like, oh yeah, no, there's a business need for this? Or, hey, I don't know if there is. I think we need to investigate this one further. I didn't want you to have to go down, go way down the rabbit hole type of thing just yet. We will get into going down the rabbit hole in just a little bit. So let's just start at the top, right? We're going to start with this very first entry. So this is our system talking to 104, 248, 234, 238. Okay. First thing that kind of grabs my attention is this line here. So it's kind of subtle. And again, this is something we're changing with the new interface. We're trying to add a little bit more context to walk you through to make things a little bit simpler. This field, the HTTP server field, should be the fully qualified domain name of the server. So if I go to, let's say, this entry, notice we've got a name up here. If I go here, we've got a name. If I go here, we've got a name. So it's listed out the IP address, but we've also got the name to work with here. If I look at this first entry, they're both IP addresses. So what does this tell me? This tells me there was no fully qualified domain name queried to get to this system. It was a direct IP address connection. And the host parameter being sent to that system was an IP address. That should not happen. When you see that happen, it's usually some sort of a security tool, whether it be a good or an evil one. In other words, there may be multiple virtual servers running on this host. You got to be able to tell it which virtual server you want to talk to. If you give it an IP address, that server doesn't know. This to me says someone didn't care about that. They were just trying to connect to it. And it could be because they're doing a vulnerability scan, or it could be because something else nefarious is going on. So that's the first thing that jumps out at me as this is something we need to pay attention to. If I look at the user agent string, Microsoft 4.0, Mozilla 4.0, Windows 7, 6.1. Windows 7, that's kind of old, right? That's kind of old. We might have a Windows 7 system on our network still, but maybe not. We'll do a little more investigation work with that one in just a bit. But that hits me as something that makes me a little bit worried. Bump, you're awesome. Windows 7, yeah, bank ATM, yeah, it might be. Or if it's not a bank ATM, it's running the electrical grid or the sewer system for your city. It may be one of those possibilities as well. So yeah, we're seeing Windows 7. That's kind of raising some suspicion there as well. We've got 3,011 connections over a 24-hour period of time. And we've got that little flat persistency here. Now we were chatting in Discord about this, and someone was saying, flat or bumps, what are you looking for? Where? So down here, right? So this is a 24-hour time scale, and I can change the resolution on this if I want to, but quite honestly, 1 hour seems to work for me just fine. But what this is showing is the number of connections per hour. And notice we're seeing a consistent number of connection every hour. That is the sign of connection persistency. That's the sign that if we see that, there's need behind it. Now, I was also talking about, hey, you might see, spikes in the graph. That was this graph up here where we're looking at what type of a time interval was there between connections. So here we can see out of the 3,011 connections, 2,406 of them were at a 27-second interval. And then we had, 602 that were a 30-second interval, and we got one connection at 33. And then there's one way out here that's at a 267-second interval. So what's going on here? So this to me looks like a connection without jitter. Yeah, we got a couple of connections here, but I got a feeling that this may have more to do with some network latency or something like that was taking place versus the timing of the connection attempts actually being changed. So we don't see jitter, but we definitely see a persistent connection taking place. And it's got an IP address in the host parameter, and it claims to come from a Windows 7 system. So this one, yeah, I'm nervous. And, look, I didn't even go into the investigation menus. I didn't even look to see what his virus tool tell me or anything. Just based on what's here, yeah, this one makes me nervous. All right, let's take a look at the second one. So when I go to the second one, we got a little bit of jitter taking place. We've got some connection persistency, but we got some time where there was no connections taking place. This is going to array506.prod.do.dsp.mp.microsoft.com. Oh, it is. So see this subject here? If I mouse over that, that is showing me the information that's on the digital certificate for this server. So we can see that from the fully qualified domain name, it looks like it's associated with Microsoft. If I look at the digital certificate, it's associated with Microsoft. Now, this looks suspicious. Invalid certificate, yes. What does that mean? That means it's that Zeke could not validate this as being a legitimate digital certificate. Should that set off warning bells for me? Normally, yes, but it's Microsoft. So here's what's going on. Just a quick little recap of how TLS works. Your client goes to connect to a server. It wants to create a secure connection. It needs the digital certificate from the server in order to get the server's public key to set up a secure channel over an insecure medium. So your client downloads that digital certificate and it says, well, how do I know the certificate's okay? How do I know it wasn't changed in transit? I'm actually talking to some different system. How do I know this is in fact the server that I think it is? Well, your system has a certificate store in it that has the certificates for all the major signing servers, right? So all the servers that normally issue public digital certificates, those are there and they all have public keys on them. And those public keys can be used to check this digital certificate. So the idea is your system can pull down the digital certificate, go to its certificate store, see who issued the digital certificate, check it with the public key. And now we know everything's okay. But to do that, you need to be using a publicly or a recognized certificate authority. Microsoft decided not to do that. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense for them, right? Because Microsoft is this lean startup. They don't make a whole lot of money just yet. They've dramatically discounted all of their products because they're more interested in helping people move forward with technology than they are in actually making a profit. So they don't have a lot of money to work with. So these certificates that can run what, $50, $100 a year? I mean, that could potentially put them out of business. So they looked at, well, we could use a legitimate digital certificate from a recognized certificate authority like everybody else does. But oh my God, we may need to lay off, 150 developers to pay for that. That $50 is a lot of money. I'm being sarcastic, of course. But yeah, so they didn't use one. They decided to issue their own certificate. I think what really happened in Microsoft is they said, well, we control the server. We own your desktop. So we're just going to put our certificate on your desktop. And even though it's not a recognized certificate, it's in your registry. F it, you won't notice the difference. And you'll just consider all of these connections valid and not think twice about it. So the problem we have here is Windows has an extra digital certificate installed that was generated by Microsoft that when this connection takes place, it says, oh yeah, don't worry about this. It's fine. This is a secure connection. No big deal. Microsoft has no control to install that on, let's say, Ubuntu. And so that certificate doesn't exist on Ubuntu. So when Zeke goes to check that digital certificate, it checks the certificate store on the Ubuntu system and says, I don't have a digital certificate for the issuing server that created this digital certificate. I can't validate it. So normally, if you see invalid certificate, yeah, that would be something to be concerned about. In this specific use case, this was Microsoft trying to save $50, $100 a year in order to make sure they didn't have to lay off like 150 of their developers. So what do you do, right? What do? You got a couple of options. It sounds bad, but your best option is probably just going to be suck it up and deal. In other words, get a copy of that certificate, which you can export out of any Windows system, and then import it into the Linux box. And now you have some semblance of being able to check that certificate to see if it does actually match the server that issued it. It's not quite as good, but it's better than just looking at this and saying, oh, invalid cert. Well, that's just a Microsoft thing. And now you're just ignoring it all the time. So you could do an import on the digital certificate to deal with it that way. So yeah, this is a very specific, only to Microsoft thing. All right, so that one's probably okay. So I'm going to go to the third one on the list. Okay, so this is going to tileservice.weather.microsoft.com. It's got a Windows 10 user agent string associated with it. It's an HTTP session. Let's go, and it's got a bunch of different IP addresses it's connecting to when it's trying to get to that fully qualified domain name. We'll print out like the first 12 or so IP addresses, but if there are more IP addresses than that associated with an FQDN, we'll print out what you see at the end of this output here, results truncated. So what we're telling you is, yeah, we've showed you a lot. There's even more than that. But this will at least tell you that, yeah, there's a bunch of them here to be able to go in and deal with. So what I would do is I would say, hey, let's go see what VirusTotal knows about it. And VirusTotal, this is telling me at least 2 detected files communicating with this domain. Okay, fine. 0 out of 93 score. Okay, fine. We can see that it's been associated with Microsoft stuff all along. Well, there's some Akamai stuff in here, but it was Edge Key, then it went to Akamai, then went back to Edge Key. This was probably servers associated with the Microsoft resources here. So we can see what the digital certificate looks like associated with that system. So even though our connection was over HTTP, VirusTotal is showing us that server has a valid digital certificate. Here's what it looks like. So this third one, yeah, I'm thinking this one's probably okay too. So let's go to the fourth one on the list. array.prod.do.microsoft.com. Oh, wait, that sounds familiar. We had array 506 for our second entry. This is array 509. So everything we talked about in that second entry applies here as well. Go to my next one, Windows Update. Go into multiple IPs. Okay, it's TCP/80, so we don't have a digital certificate to verify this. It looks like it's probably just a Windows system checking for updates, but let's click on it, go to VirusTotal, and let's see what VirusTotal can tell us about it. It doesn't have a whole lot of stuff to fall under, right? It's telling us, it's telling us that, excuse me, who the registrar is for the domain. Yeah, whatever. The community score is pretty good, but we can see that, let's see, it's been associated with Microsoft as part of Fastly, Microsoft Update under Edge Suite, Traffic Manager, that's a Microsoft domain, another Microsoft Fastly, Microsoft, and that system has a digital certificate issued by Microsoft for vsecnd.net. Okay, that's a different domain than what we're seeing here. Oh yeah, here's all of our alternative names. So we could go through this. I'm guessing somewhere in here is going to be windowsupdate.com. Which, by the way, so what does this mean? This means that this one digital certificate is valid on all of these different systems. What? Wait a minute, Chris. I thought a digital certificate was to like a system. No, it doesn't have to be. I can issue it under wildcards. I can have it associated with multiple different systems. Well, is there a security issue here? Yeah. Crack any one of these systems and get the private key, and you can decrypt any traffic going to any of these other systems. No problem. Well, that sounds like a security threat, Chris. Why would they do this? Well, by doing this, they only had to pay for one key. And as we already established, Microsoft lean startup, $50 is a lot of money. They didn't want to have to buy multiple digital certificates. So they didn't bother spending the money on this. But hey, instead of spending the money on this, they spent money on code that'll take a picture of your desktop every 10 seconds and store it into a clear text database, because that couldn't possibly be a security problem either, right? Microsoft has your back. Don't worry about it. All right. So with all that said, yeah, this one's probably okay too. And then we go to our last one. Oh, hey, look at that. We have another array. So we've got 3 different entries that are under this array 503 that we can fall back on. So we've got 6 entries total. The first one we said, yeah, that looks suspicious. The remaining 5 after that, we looked at and we said, okay, that one's probably all right. All right, so this is our suspicious one. From here down is our, these are probably okay. Now what I want you to do is create safe list entries for these. So if you're on the shared instance, This is one of the labs, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to do. It's already been done for you. So you're probably not seeing all these other entries anyway. But for the folks that are running a VM, you can go in and create your own safe list. So if you remember how to make safe list entries, hint, 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 look at the little funnel, look at the little funnel. Go in, create some safe list entries for this. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to work through it, and then we'll go through and we'll cover it together. And I'll be in chat if anybody has any questions. Yeah, actually, real quick, because there's a icon that I don't think has any data in it, and it has a weird name to it. So what is it? And what does it mean? Strobes. What are strobes? So our developers came up with some algorithms to be able to detect beacons and to try and do a better job of that than using something generic like k-means clustering. I think we have 28, 30, 32 patents, somewhere in the 30 range patents on how we go through when we do beacon detection. They're great, but they chew up CPU time. It's a math algorithm. There's multiples. So one of the things you can kind of run into is, what if there's a ton of connections? What if let's say my internal system talked to a host out on the internet 300,000 times over a 24-hour period of time. Okay, two things with that. One is, we're going to have to look at those 300,000 connections, align them with all the others to try and figure out it's a beacon. That's going to take a little bit of time to go through that many connections. It's just as part of this one connection pair. Number two, if you see 300,000 connections going out to a host on the internet, do you really need math to tell you that's a beacon? Right? If something connected 300,000 times, are you really going to look at that and say, that might have just been one busy session, I'm not sure? And no, that's not going to happen, right? So there's kind of where is the threshold where we can say, if you see this number of connections, it's going to be worth investigating, even if you don't see a beacon score number associated with it. And where is that threshold cutoff? Because if we can cut that off, we can save time and process the data faster. And the number that we went with was, I think it's 86,400 connections, which works out to be one connection per second. So if you have an internal system connecting to a host on the internet, and it's doing it once per second all day long or more, we're going to record that under strobes, which isn't going to do any of the beacon analysis information. So that's what the difference is between strobes and beacons. And with the new interface, we're actually going to integrate it all back in together. It just won't process it the same way. We came up with some better features since we're using ClickHouse. So with that said, hey, let's go back to doing the lab. We're creating safe list entries. I'll give you a little bit of time to work through it, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about it. Okay, let's jump into this. This one should have been fairly easy for you. So again, if you're on the shared instances, you don't need the ability to go in and create safe lists, but you're on the VM, you should be able to. So we said that first entry, we're a little suspect. So we're not going to safe list that. So the second entry is where we get started. And you can see it's array 506, blah, 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 Microsoft.com. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to click the little filter icon to launch my safe list entries. I'm going to do this based on fully qualified domain name. And you may remember we also found an array, I think it was 506, 503, and 509 or something like that. There were multiple entries here. So I have two possibilities. I could create an individual entry for all three, but there may be more, right? Like, array 506 tells me there's multiple arrays there that they're creating. So I can create safe list entries for each, or I can simply go in and say enable wildcards and say anything under prod.do.dsp.mp.microsoft.com is okay. And I can go in and create my safe list entry that way. And as I said, I have a comment section here. So I could choose to go in and say, created by C. Brenton on this date, legitimate Microsoft traffic, Jira ticket 573, whatever information is applicable to my environment, I could go in and add that into the comments. And then once I go in and apply that to the safe list entries, that entry goes away, and notice so do the others. So I had multiple entries removed at the same time. I look at this next one, tile service.weather.microsoft.com. Okay, let's go into our safe list entries. Now, should I use a wildcard here? I'm not sure it would be helpful. I'm not convinced there's multiple domains under weather.microsoft.com. And we want to keep these as specific as we can get them. So, for example, if I say enable wildcard and anything under Microsoft is safe, that'll work. That'll clean a lot of stuff up very quickly. But if anybody ever gets an A record in anywhere under Microsoft.com, that could be problematic. Whereas if we only, let's say, safe listed from weather and above, well, now they'd have to get that A record under weather to be a problem. So I like to keep these as specific as I can. So I would probably just do this with tile service. Now, if I end up with other ones under weather, yeah, I may change my mind later and do this as wildcard. But I can go in and I can safe list that. Last one, windowsupdate.com. Oh, by the way, notice that while it's processing the data set, see this popping up here. So what this is saying is, hey, I'm in the background processing the data. You haven't fully updated everything yet. So if I jump to like another screen or something like that, I might still see some of that data that I just safe listed, but it's going to disappear relatively quickly. All right, so I want to safe list this one. And again, same type of thing. I'm going to go in and say, yep, CTLDL, windowsupdate.com. I'll do this one as a specific entry, safe listed. So I had 6 entries, and then our last one here, this is below 80, so we're not going to worry about that. So we had 6 entries that we wanted to investigate. One of them looked like, yeah, we want to spend a little bit more time on this one. The other ones look like, excuse me. The other ones look like, yeah, these are probably okay. So we had 5 entries we needed to safe list, but we only needed to create 3 safe list entries to do it, because with one of them, this tells me I got 4 safe list entries now. With one of them, this one here, I was able to use a wildcard to be able to do matches against multiple at the same time. So that made life a little bit easier. Okay, so let's close that up, close that up. We were here. Okay, so we've gone through our web beacons. Let's spend a little time going through our long connections. So what I want you to do is go to the long connection screen. So that's this icon right here. And I want you to go through and evaluate anything that was running for more than 5 hours. Is it safe? Is it not? Send about 60 seconds on each. Come back with what you think. I'll give you a little time to work through this, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about them together. I'm going to go on mute. I'll be in the channel while you guys do your lab. Okay, let's talk this one through a little bit, because this one honestly is a little bit harder than what we had to deal with the beacons, because we don't have quite as much information to work with here. So when we look at this first entry, we've got an internal system talking to a host out on the internet. It's going to TCP port 9200. That right. And there's a dash symbol saying that Zeke couldn't figure out what the application is. It's been running for close to 24 hours. And when I come up here and look, I don't have any fully qualified domain name information that's associated with this. Okay. Here is the problem you can run into when you're working with PCAPs like we are here. When the connection first gets started, so if you think of about what happens, right? The user might type in a fully qualified domain name to connect to, DNS goes through and does the lookup, and then that user connects to that IP. Well, if we have a 24-hour PCAP, but that connection was initiated more than 24 hours ago, that DNS query took place before we got to see that information. So we said when there's no FQDN, that could be a problem. But in this one specific use case, it may not be that the user didn't look up an FQDN. We're just not getting to see it. And that's actually what is happening here. Further, when the connection gets started, I said Zeke goes in and looks at the application layer to figure out what's this application. But that happens at the beginning of the session. Well, again, if this session started more than 24 hours ago, and notice we have a 24-hour PCAP and we have 24 hours worth of capture. So we got the full thing running here. So that negotiation probably also took place before this PCAP started, and that's why we're not seeing what's at the application layer. Now, with the new version, if you're running, we're fixing this with the new version. We're going to keep 3 months worth of data. So instead of it being, hey, that connection may have started more than a day ago, and that's what's causing this problem, it would have had to have happened more than 3 months ago in order for it to cause this problem. And most DNS TTLs will time out long before that. But similar problem with the bottom entry, right? That's why it's TCP 443, but we're not seeing the header, or excuse me, we're not seeing the TCP initial exchange, and we're not seeing the DNS query, because again, this was running for 23 hours, 39 minutes, 50 seconds. Okay, it's not as close to the 24-hour period of time, but it's long enough that, yeah, that may have actually started up before that happened. So, so again, this is some of what you can run into when you go in and you start trying to analyze long connections with this version, but we're going to add in some stuff to kind of correct that as we go through. So we're kind of down to, okay, let's do some investigation work. So this says it's part of Microsoft. Okay, does that just mean it's running in Azure, or does that mean this is actually a system managed by Microsoft? Let's click on that IP. We're going to go to our trusty friend here, VirusTotal, to see who is that connection. And we can see that, no community issues reported, part of the Microsoft block. And if I look at what's been associated with that over time, cloudappazure.com. Okay, the only things that should be getting associated with azure.com is actual Microsoft servers. We've got Traffic Manager, that's a Microsoft domain. Windows.com, that's a Microsoft domain. So it's looking to me like, yeah, this one's probably okay. So our first entry, based on the fact that it looks like we've got a legitimate Microsoft system here, tells me we're probably okay. If I go to details, I can take a look at the digital certificate. That's a weird subject. What is up with that? Huh. That is not something I would expect to see. I mean, it's azurecontainer.io. So that, and East US too. So that looks like any old Azure instance. So anybody could have spun that up. So they're using a subject. Oh, Microsoft, what are you doing? So what they're doing is they're using a certificate that's associated with their environment, not actually associated with the Microsoft domain itself, which makes this one a little bit more suspect to me, because anybody could kind of glob onto that. I have seen that in red team testing. Folks have figured out how to spin up instances in Azure and make it look like they're coming from Microsoft's management network. It's not an easy trick to play, and you sometimes got to spin up a few VMs to do it. And no, I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but it is possible for somebody to go through and do that. So this one, if the certificate had said Microsoft, I'd say we're okay. The fact that it doesn't say Microsoft, I'm a little suspicious of this one now. In fact, I may want to kick a reboot or something like that just to see what happens with it. Actually, it was the second one here. That was the one we were talking about. Let's go back to the first one. So the first one, I'm going to go to VirusTotal on that. And 1 out of 93 security vendors flagged this one, which ticks me off, and I'll talk about why in just a second. And it's going to AIHhosted.com. Who the heck is AIH hosted? So one of the things I could choose to do is not from the network where this data was collected. So maybe what I do is I come off of Wi-Fi, I go onto my Verizon or AT&T phone or whatever, and I make sure I'm on Verizon's network, not mine. And I just go to that domain and see what happens. Well, wait, Chris, you said don't cross that passive active line. You're connecting to their web server. Won't they see that? Oh, go take a look at a web server log someday. There are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of probes coming in. For anybody who's managed a web server, if you go through your logs, there's regular traffic, people visiting your site, doing what it was intended to do, but there are people banging away constantly trying to figure out how to break in. So the fact that we connect to the main page once, that's not even going to be a blip on the radar if they are watching their stuff. So let's go in and give that a try. So I'm going to say www.aihosted.com. So, and again, I'm pretending that I am on my cell phone on Verizon's network, not on the network I was running it from. And oh, hey, look, it redirected to active countermeasures. So now I need to figure out, am I doing business with active countermeasures? If so, this is okay. If not, this may be something I need to be concerned about. And I can't remember who it was, but somebody voted in the Discord channel and said, yeah, no, that entry is definitely evil because we don't trust active countermeasures. Yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, okay. You definitely don't want to trust it. You definitely want to flag it when you see it, but you get the idea. So we got 2 entries under long connections. Both of these look like they're actually okay. So I think we're in pretty good shape there. All right. So that just leaves us with this one. So this one, we want to dig into a little bit deeper. So what might we do as part of that? So a couple of things I would suggest, and we're going to take a break. We'll cover this when we come back. But one of the was the fact that, and where'd it go? Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. Now I'm on the right screen. The user agent string was Windows 7. Does this system always identify itself as Windows 7? Yes or no? I'll give you a little hint. Go to client signature. And do a search on that IP, and that'll tell you what user agent strings all the time. So let's dig in a little bit deeper on this one and validate that user agent string and see if that's normal for that system or not. So we'll do that when we come back, but let's for now go in and take a break. 10 minutes after the top of the hour, we'll just pick up and keep going with the lab. Catch you then. Okay, so when we left, we said, hey, this user agent string looks suspicious. Is this what the user agent string is that's normally used by this system, yes or no? And I said, you may be able to find an answer to that question under the client signature section. So I'm going to give you another minute or two to work through that. And then we'll cover it together. And Ribbold, if you don't think there's any Atari 7800 traffic, hey, I had a slide on that earlier. All right, I'll give you folks a bit to work through it. Okay, let's kind of chat about this one. So I'm just going to go in and I'm going to copy this IP address to my clipboard. I'm going to go over to client signatures, and then I'm just going to go in and I'm going to paste that in. Except it's not giving me a paste option. Oh, thank you, Chrome. That makes my life so much easier. We'll go through and filter out on that. Okay, so what are we saying? Okay, when this system talked to adl.windows.com, it used the user agent string Wicca agent. Okay, so it's a Gardnerian system. I don't know. Yeah, so Wicca agent is associated with Windows 10, Windows 11. 35 different systems that it talked to. Well, actually, 3 different systems it talked to 35 times. It used Micro Crypto API 10.0. So that's a Windows 10 system. You saw 48 connections to tileserver.starweather.com, Microsoft Windows Notification Services, version 10. Okay, that's Windows 10. We saw a bunch of connections going out to, let's see, we got 4 listed here, but there was more than that. Bunch of connections going out to a bunch of different Microsoft addresses, Microsoft Delivery Optimization, version 10. And then we see 3,011 connections all going to this IP address with no fully qualified domain name. And that's the only time it identifies itself as Windows 7. So Windows 10, Windows 10, Windows 10, Windows 10, Windows 7. Yeah, something's wrong here. So this to me looks like a bogus user agent string. And I mentioned earlier that This can be a tell to the receiving system. Hey, when you see this nonsensical user agent string, that means I'm a compromised system. Give me some marching orders. Give me something to do. So that may be something to be kind of concerned about. So yeah, I'd be worried about this one. So I'm leaning towards this. Looks like it's a command and control channel. This is something we need to be concerned about. Now, one of the things we want to get a handle on is scope, right? So if I go in and I say I want to go to, actually I got to do it based on IP, and I want to go into deep dive. Has anybody else been talking to the system? No, it's just this one. Okay, good. So if this is a compromised system, it's the only one on my network. Now I want to look at is what's the attacker been doing over this command and control channel? Well, if I go to view 2, this is going to show me all the session sizes that went back and forth. Down here at 689 bytes, I have 2,856 connections, so an overwhelming majority of them at 689 bytes. That's my heartbeat. That's my, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. But I do notice I have a number of connections that are slightly larger in size. Now, let's jump to the biggest one. So we started with, let's round that up and just call it 700 bytes, just to keep the math easy. And I'm going to highlight this top one here, and that was 1,300 bytes in size. So if I take 1,300, subtract the 700 as overhead just to maintain that connection, then that tells me there was about 600 bytes of data was the biggest data transfer that took place. That's not much. That is, hey, show me the files in this directory that doesn't have a lot of files, or show me the processes owned by this user and they're not running many at the time. That is not, hey, they're doing password guessing. Hey, they're exfiltrating files. So what this tells me is that if we're right, if this is a command and control server, this is the only compromised system. And this system, they haven't actually transferred any large amount of data out of the system yet. So if we can get them out now, we'll be in pretty good shape. Now, so from a threat hunting perspective, we've identified this system bad. Hit that big red incident response button. It's time to go in incident response mode. Oh, wait, I got a big red button right here. Let me hit it. Okay, that's my big red incident response button. So now we've hit it. We're incident response mode now. Let's say we want to do a little bit of network forensics on this connection. We want to see what's going on. We want to get a little bit more into the data. We're going to start introducing that into the new version of AC Hunter. It'll make it a whole lot easier to go through and do. But for the old version, what you got to do is you got to go back to the Zeke logs. So let me make this a little bit bigger so it's readable. And we were looking at HTTP traffic, right? So let's go into the http.log file and see what's there. So if you want to follow along, that'd be great. So I'm in the lab1 directory, and I'm going to say less space dash capital S dash X25. So dash S says don't line wrap, right? Don't wrap one line off after the next. It just makes it too hard to read. I want to do one line only. If it scrolls off the right-hand side of the screen, that's fine. I'll use my right arrow to get over there to see it. X25 says leave 24 characters for each column so that everything kind of spaces out nicely. And the file I want to look at is my http.log file. So this is the command I'm going to go through and run. This is going to allow me to analyze what was happening on the payload of these packets that we, for the session that we now just looked at and said, yeah, we think this is suspicious. So the target IP was this 104.248.234.238. So we got all of those listed here. And let's see what Zeke can tell us about what was going on at the payload session. So here's our date timestamp, right? We said it's an epoch format. See this number here? This is the unique ID number for this specific session that I just highlighted there. I can always go back to the con.log file to see the general information about this IP connection as well. So this ID file allows me to track this session over multiple Zeke logs if I need to. It's coming from my internal system, going to this host out on the internet, going to port 80. It was a GET request. Notice my columns are just a little bit off. It's just a side effect of Zeke. But my host parameter, which should be a fully qualified domain name, was an IP address. We flagged that earlier. We said, that's wrong. That needs to be an FQDN. So somebody's up to no good. And then the URI string that they're trying to grab is this long string of characters here. And if I keep going to the right, it goes on and on and on. And if I look at the end of it, it doesn't reference a file. And it's got these little :1, :4s at the end there. This is a really suspicious looking URI to me. This looks like some sort of encoding that's taking place. So let's see what else we can learn about this. Here's that user agent string that we looked at. Password, what's that, Chris? So HTTP supports basic authentication, which means you can actually, embed a pass in and you can actually embed a password and a login name as part of your HTTP session and login. It's all in clear text, but Zeke will actually capture that information for you. It will show you the username by default. It will not decode the password by default. There's a config change you need to go in and make because we're talking about storing passwords in a clear text file. That's never a good idea. So Zeke's attitude is, well, if you really want to shoot yourself in the foot and store these passwords in clear text along with the username, all you got to do is change this config, and you can do that. You can shoot yourself in the foot. We'll let you, but we're not going to shoot you in the foot by default. There was no proxy information associated with this, and the rest of this is kind of useless. So we've got this string. So what's going on here? What I always do is I try to go looking for what's unique about this session versus normal traffic. Well, one of them we already flagged, right? We said that this user agent string looks suspicious. So I may do some Googling on that user agent string and see what comes back. If you look at the URI, this looks really suspect to me too. I'd probably go in and start looking at is that URI or is that section of the URI something that's kind of known out in the intranets? And if you go in and you do that research, I think this was one of the Fiesta toolkits that was out there. So now from a forensic standpoint, now that we're going into incident response mode, we know, we've got Fiesta running on this system. Let's do some research to see what we need to do to clean up. But we know the scope is only this system. And we know that even with this elevated level of access, they really haven't grabbed any data off of this system yet. Cool. Let me just check the slides real quick to see if I missed anything. And I did not. Yeah, so it's Fiesta EK is what this one is. Now, one thing that's kind of interesting about this one is when you look in this data set, there's 14,000 connections. Now, I talked a lot as we did these labs, but it didn't take us long to find the one session we actually cared about, right? This went by pretty quickly. And oh, by the way, if we do it again tomorrow, we've already safe listed a bunch of stuff that won't even show up. So one of the nice things about AC Hunter is it helps us go through all of our sessions very quickly to figure out what we need to pay attention to and what we don't. All right, let's do another lab. So if you're on the shared instances, you cannot do this. If you are in your VM, please follow along with what I'm doing here. So we're going to go to the lab2 directory and do the lab that's in that directory. So I'm going to say cd space ... lab2. So that's just telling the command prompt, I want to navigate up one directory and back down again to the lab2 directory. And when I do that, I can see I am now in the lab2 directory. And then I've got Zeke files in here. Now notice I don't have a lot of Zeke files. I've got my con.log file and I have my dns.log file. That's it. I've got packet filter, but that just says, am I filtering out Zeke so it can't see certain traffic patterns? And we're not doing that. And then there's weird.log, which is basically where Zeke dumps anything it just doesn't know what it should do with. So we don't have a whole lot of data to work with. So what we're going to be doing is hunting this data, but just based on the name of the files we have to work with, I think I'd start with the DNS module. Just saying, it's advice. You can go with this any way you want to. But before we do that, we got to import this data. So I'm going to say Rita space import space. I need to tell her what I want to import. Start.log, grab the log files in the local directory. And what do I want to name it? Well, we'll continue that naming convention and we'll just name it lab2. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run that. Now it wants my password. That is hunting. And now it'll go in and process the data. And I'll notice that as it inputted the data, no proxy data, no TLS HTTP data analyzed, no user agent strings, no certificates to analyze. So just seeing what was found during the import process could go an awful long way to kind of help me identify what should I be looking for on my hunt. So now I'm going to go back to the dashboard. I'm going to hit the little settings icon. And I'm going to notice I've got a new lab2 data set here. I'm going to select that and I'm going to hit confirm. No results. Oh, that's weird. Oh, wait, there is some results. It's showing up here. Now, if you're on the VM, you will see this. That tells you I got DNS to worry about. If you're on the shared instances, you're going to see an IP address listed here. And over on the right, it's going to say, hey, high score for DNS. That might be something you want to pay attention to. You want to go to the DNS module next. So let me give you a couple of minutes to poke around on this one, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about it together. Okay, enough of us are picking on Bill that I think, yeah, okay, we're probably ready to take a look at this one too. So I mentioned that, you know, if you're running on the VM, you're going to get this, no results. So it looks initially like, oh, maybe there's nothing here to worry about. But you've got this bright orange, and bright orange is never good in a security interface, right? Saying potential C2 over DNS cases detected. If you're running on the shared instances, that's one minor rev back. That does have an IP address listed, and what's scoring all the points is DNS. So that makes it something worth going in and taking a look at. So we're going to go take a look at DNS. So I've only got one entry in here by default. There was only one domain that was queried more than 100 times. If I want to see everything, I could drop this down and say, show me everything. And now we'll have more stuff show up after that. But this is a majority of the traffic that's in there. I'll leave that on 100 for just a second. So we had 2,074 unique DNS queries that took place. So every query was unique. It was for a different resource record within honestimnotevil.com. Okay, I've never heard of honestimnotevil.com. And while the domain is claiming it's not evil, that's an awful lot of resource records, right? Further, if I go in and look and I say, okay, who's doing the DNS queries? Well, it's just this one IP address, and no one is accessing any of those resource records. So we're doing a lot of unique queries, but no one accesses any of those resources. That makes absolutely no logical sense at all, right? This to me sounds like, yeah, we could have a case where we've got C2 over DNS. Now, you may have noticed when I dropped this down to 0 and I started looking at my individual queries, look at that host name that's part of the fully qualified domain name. Look at that host portion. 5DA0B7F909088BE. Notice a pattern there? Look kind of interesting. That's hex characters, right? Yeah, that's hex. Someone is obfuscating some data and passing it out as DNS queries. This is actually data getting exfiltrated out of our environment. How do I know that? Well, I don't know that yet from what we've covered. What I do know from looking at that is not a name a human would pick to name a system, right? When's the last time you looked over your buddy and said, oh, hey, have you SSH'd into 60A5291B4325, blah, 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 lately? No, we don't do that. So this is not a human selected name. This is something else. And knowing that and looking into it a little bit deeper, I can see that, hey, all of those characters in the host parameter are numbers or the letters A through F. Well, that's got to be hex. So now the next thing for me is, all right, I'm going to take that hex and I'm going to start decoding it. And how do you do that? Yeah, it's beyond this class. I hate to kind of throw that monkey wrench at you. It's something I do cover in the advanced class, but it's just a little bit to get into here. But basically what we need to do is we need to extract out the host portion, which we can do with the command line. And once we have the host portion from each of these queries, we can run it through a tool and say, hey, convert this hex into ASCII. And once we do that, we'll be able to see what type of data is actually being exfiltrated. So if you get out of this class and you want something fun to do, hey, the Zeke logs are in the lab 2 directory. Let's see if you can go through and decode what was actually being exfiltrated out of the environment. That might be a fun thing to go through and do. So yeah, we got some data exfiltration taking place here. That's never a good thing. That's something we need to be concerned about. Now, this says 172.31.2.28.157 is making these DNS queries. Is that the system that's been compromised? Maybe, maybe not. It depends on our architecture, right? So this is a private address. Is this the private address of one of my individual hosts that was handed out via DHCP, in which case, yes, that is the compromised system? Or is this the IP address of one of my internal DNS resolvers? In which case, I still don't know who's actually compromised. I know someone is, and I know data is being exfiltrated out through DNS, but I don't know which system has been compromised. How do I figure that out? I've got to go to my DNS resolver, and from there, I've got to figure that out. Now, I have a couple of ways I could do that. I could possibly turn on logging, and I might be able to see who's actually sending these DNS queries to the system. That would tell me. I could set up Zeke and run that. If it was me, I'd use ngrep. Remember, we said ngrep allows you to search the payload of packets for a particular string. So I would run ngrep on my DNS resolver and look for honestimnotevil.com. Any packet that has that in it, show it to me, and I would get to see two things. I would see when the resolver receives that request from the client, and then when the resolver sends that request out towards the internet, it's obviously the one coming from the client I'd be interested in. That would give me the IP address of the compromised system. Cool. So yeah, I wanted to throw that one at you. That one's kind of fun. Let's see. Oh, was this the one? Look at something real quick here. Say less space dash capital S dash X25 DNS.log. I'm just going to take a quick look at the DNS log files real quick because I wanted to look at. Yeah, this is the one. So remember we said I mentioned that one of the ways people go looking for C2 over DNS is they look for an excessive number of text queries taking place. Well, you can see some of these queries are text queries, but you can also see some of these are C names. Some of these are MX records. None of them had to be text records. This was Chris being OCD and thinking he was funny. I set this up so that it used pretty much the exact same number of text record queries as CNAME record queries as MX record queries. So, but I could have chosen just one of those three if I wanted to go through and do it that way. So if you think you're safe because you're checking text record queries, you're not. There are other record types like MX and CNAME, as you can see here, that can also be used to go through and exfiltrate information out of your environment and used as a C2 channel. All right, we got one more lab to go through and do. So we're going to say cd space .. lab 3. And that'll put us in the lab 3 directory. We got some files in there to work with. We had more than the last one, so that's cool. And now I'm going to say Rita import, and again, follow along with me. This way you get this data set. Rita import star.log lab 3. That's it. I'm going to hit enter on that. And that's going to go through and process all that data for me. Boom, we're done. So now we can get this out of the way. I'm going to go to my dashboard. I'm going to go to settings. And now I've got a lab 3 data set to work with. There we go. And your lab is Tell me if there's anything to worry about. If you find something that looks like it's safe, make a note of it, but don't care about that. All I really care about is there anything in here that we should actually be concerned about? Yes or no? And if so, what is it and what attributes about it leads you to believe that this is something I need to be concerned about? Brian was asking, home network, what do you make of this? So that is a reverse ARPA lookup. So what that's looking for is that's ARPA lookups are, I have, instead of having a fully qualified domain name and needing an IP address, ARPA lookups are, I have an IP address, but I want to look up a fully qualified domain name that's associated with it. So you have to read it from right to left because they write it backwards because that made sense to somebody. So the ARPA request tells you it's reverse resolution. We're resolving from IP to FQDN. The next field after that, IP6, tells you this is an IPv6 address. And all of those values after that is the IP address that we're querying for to see if there's a fully qualified domain name associated with it. Cool. All right, get to it, do the lab. I'll give you a little bit, then we'll go through and cover it together. So there's a method to my madness here, right? We've kind of stepped through a lot of these as we've gone through. And with this last one, I just kind of threw you to the sharks, right? Hey, go figure it out. Go check it out, see if there's anything that you need to be concerned about. But hopefully, once you got in and started poking around, that didn't seem as arduous as it could be. So in other words, you've been given some investigation skills to be able to kind of run this stuff down when necessary. So if I go into Beacon Webs, I like to start with Beacon Webs myself. I've got 3 entries here that are scoring fairly high. So I'm going to want to go through those. If I look at this first one, I've got an internal IP address connecting to noob02 skypetm.com.tw. Does that domain name, does that fully qualified domain name look suspicious to you at all? Anytime I see noob in the name, oh yeah, that makes me suspicious, right? Because, bad guys, they want to taunt you. So they're going to, refer to you as a noob, sent you to a noob system. Yeah, that one kind of grabs my attention. Also, Skype trademark.com. No, that doesn't sound right. Skype.com does, but not Skype TM. So that domain name looks highly suspicious to me. And it's .tw. It's off in Taiwan. Okay. So the fully qualified domain name that we're trying to connect to, highly suspicious to me. Let's see, the user agent string. Oh, come on, give me a break. Microsoft Internet Explorer. I mean, tell me the bad guys are just dialing it in without telling me the bad guys are dialing it in. In other words, Microsoft Internet Explorer has never identified itself this way. It's always been IE followed by a version number. So some bad guy who was creating this said, oh, user agent, what that mean? Oh, browser? Oh, yeah, the browser is Microsoft Internet Explorer. They didn't even take the time to look at what should an actual user string look like. They couldn't be bothered. There's no OS identifier in here. You always get an OS identifier in here. So they totally just call this one in, right? They totally just shirked on this one. If I look at my bottom graph, persistent connection over the 24 hours. Okay, that makes me suspicious. Oh, look, a bell curve. What did we say about bell curves? Do we like bell curves? No, we don't. Why don't we like bell curves when they show up in this graph? Because that's a pretty clear indication this is Cobalt Strike. This connection is being run by Cobalt Strike, which is used by red teamers and the bad guys to create command and control sessions. So I would be really worried about this just because of that right out of the gate. Okay, so maybe we're wrong about this. Maybe that's actually a legitimate domain. Let's do a little investigation work. Let's see what VirusTotal tells us about us. Oh, 5 communities have identified this as being bad out of 93. Are you kidding me? This code is up on GitHub. This vulnerability has been around. Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's been around for 6 or 7 years now. In other words, this attack is nothing new. but only 5 sites that are trying to catch malware have figured out this is bad yet. Oh, gee, I wonder why signature detection doesn't work. So yeah, this is a problem. This one is bad. This is definitely one to go in and kind of worry about. If we want to dig into it a little bit deeper, we can go in and say, okay, this is HTTP traffic. So let's go in and take a look at the http.log file. So I'm going to say less space dash capital S dash x25 dash S, scroll off the right-hand side of the screen. X25, give me 25 characters per column so that everything stays nice and neatly organized. And I'm going to take a look at the http.log file. So if I look at these connections, here's my host parameter. And we said, yeah, that looks suspicious. Here's the URI being requested right here. Oh, tell me that doesn't look suspicious, right? That looks like a problem. User agent string of Microsoft Internet Explorer. Okay. So I think we have enough right now to say, hit that big red incident response button. Something is wrong. Can we dig into this any deeper? Well, what do we have to key in on? Before, we keyed in on the directory name, but FC001, yeah, that's hex. We're going to get way too many Google hits for that to be useful at all. I don't think this string is really going to be helpful to me. I think there's some sort of encoding taking place here, so that's not going to help out. What else do we have? We could Google Microsoft Internet Explorer, but that's probably not going to help. Where I would start is with this, that fully qualified domain name. What's going on with that? skypetm.com.tw. Yeah, I think that's unique enough that we may get some Google hits around that one. So that's where I would go to kind of dig into this one a little bit deeper myself. Now, so that one, yeah, that's bad. So we know this one's an issue. Let's see what else we got. This is going to another one going to Microsoft.com. Notice this one does have a valid certificate. So we're good there. MSN.com. So MSN.com. So this one's kind of interesting. So is it potentially command and control? No. But MSN.com is a cesspool. It's used for serving up banner ads and banner ads only. So should we safe list this? I don't think I'd safe list it, but I'd probably DNS sinkhole it or try and firewall it, or both. I would kill it with fire. In other words, the only thing coming out of that domain is banner ads. Why would I want that coming into my environment? It's not helpful to anyone, and it's a potential channel to be able to get malware into my environment. So I would not want to let that one run. Let's see. The other, so there was one last one that was kind of interesting on this one that I wanted to cover with you, which was, I guess it's not in this one. Okay. Yeah, we got some queries going out to Microsoft. Oh, I thought there was some open DNS traffic. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of another data set. Yeah, I may be thinking of another data set. Yep, all these look good. So the only one was that Skype TM one. That was the one that we needed to go in and pay attention to. That was the one that, yeah, this could be a problem. All right. Let me just jump back into slides for just a minute here. So we just went through a couple of quick labs together. What if you want to keep practicing this? Well, we actually run a blog with lots of fun stuff. Bill writes some really great articles, but we've also got a guy named Fawn who is awesome, and Fawn is doing our malware of the day. There's OpenDNS. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, OpenDNS and beacons. That's the one I wanted to find. I thought that was there. Let me just take a look for this real quick. Sorry, I just wanted to be able to explain it once I found it. And it's not that one. This one. This one. So this is going to OpenDNS, right? UDP 53, it's not associated with fully qualified domain name. Well, our connections to DNS servers a lot of times are just based on IP direct connections, right? Sometimes, we'll put the IP address in a way we want to connect to, not the fully qualified domain name. Why? Well, because what if DNS isn't working, right? If I'm trying to get to a name server and all I know is it's fully qualified domain name, the DNS has to be working to talk to it at all. So we tend to do a direct connection. OpenDNS is one you may actually run into in a lot of corporate environments because OpenDNS runs a service where if your users try to go to some place that's known to be malicious, they'll just come back with a bogus query. In other words, they won't let them get to that site that has malware on it or whatever. And there's a couple of different categories you can choose from if you go with a commercial service to kind of filter stuff out. But it's not uncommon for traffic going to OpenDNS to have beacon-like activity associated with it. It's okay to safe list these out. Well, let me rephrase that. If you're using OpenDNS, yeah, it's totally fine to go through and safe list this out. If you don't care what DNS servers your users are using, yeah, it's totally okay to go through and safe list this one out. If, however, you say, no, people should only be using the internal resolvers, I would go through and say, okay, I need to change my firewall so people can't do this directly. So this isn't a threat hunting problem. This is a, managing your network type of problem. So thanks for catching that one. That was the one I wanted to go through and hit back. So if you want to keep practicing, we've got a series on our blog called Malware of the Day, where Fon goes through and he takes a malware channel and he just goes through and totally dissects it. What's cool about it is you get PCAPs. So let me just hit the site real quick, acm.re. And then if you go to education, go to blogs, and you'll see I can do a search for malware of the day, or you'll see the malwares of the day. But what's kind of cool about these is click on it, don't read it, quick, skip to the bottom. Don't read any of this good stuff. Just jump to the bottom, because at the bottom is PCAP files. Yeah. PCAPs, or it didn't happen, right? So here's a 24-hour capture file. So here's what I would do if I wanted to practice. I would go to this page, zip to the bottom, download this PCAP, and then I'd go in and hunt it. What can I find? What can I learn about what's going on here? Make notes on, here's all the different attributes I'm seeing that I think is something that's worth paying attention to. Once I think I've found everything, okay, now go back to the page, go back to the beginning, and work your way through it. Is there attributes? If so, you may need to tweak your process a little bit to make sure you can accommodate situations where those assets exist or those attributes exist. So it's a great way to go in and kind of hone your skills. It's free. We push one of those out every couple of weeks. When Fon gets bored, he writes his own C2 channels and puts those in there. Those are always kind of fun because you're not going to find anything that'll detect them based on signature based or anything like that. If using AC Hunter, the community edition, was interesting to you and you want to try it, you want to check out a demo, please go to the chat in the Zoom session, not in Discord because it always gets buried, but in the Zoom session, if you could just throw in a chat, just demo, just type that. We'll have somebody reach out to you and we can walk you through it. And closing thoughts, remember the process. So look for connection persistency. When you find it, investigate that external endpoint. Can you identify a business need associated with that endpoint? If not, now it's time to go in and do a protocol analysis. After that, it's time to go in and look at the internal system. We're looking to come up with one of two dispositions. We're pretty certain it's safe, or we're pretty certain it's compromised. If we can't come up with one of those two, we need to create some additional testing conditions to be able to come up with that. And don't cross that passive active line. I mentioned I got classes I'm teaching. You can follow the link if any of those look interesting to you. One of the big questions we always get at the end of this class is, when will I get my cert? These typically go out 24 hours after the end of class. So look at your clock and your time zone right now, add 24 hours and 10 minutes, and you should get your cert by then. If you don't get it within, let's say, 48 hours, go ahead and drop us a note. You can also go here. So if you go to Gutenberg Cert and create a account using the email address you used to register for your class, all of your certs are listed up there. So it's kind of a nice way to keep track of these without having to manually keep track of them yourself. And that's all I got. So I do appreciate that this was a 6-hour class. This was a big chunk of your day. So I really appreciate everybody turning out for this and sharing your time with us, because it does have value. Even though, folks will say it's a free class, it's not a free class. This is 6 hours you will never get back. So either you found it valuable, you didn't. And if you didn't, hey, let's chat, because I want to make this as good as possible. But with that said, thank you, everybody. Any other questions, feel free to go ahead and throw them into the Discord channel. We will keep an eye on things for a while afterwards. I wish I could miss Chris and folks in person. You can. Wild West Hackenfest. That's coming up in September. We'll be out there. I also mentioned, and I forget exactly what it was, but at least me and Shelby anyway are going to be, wait for it. We are going to be here if you're located in Florida. So this will be out in Fort Myers on Saturday. I'm going to turn out. I'm actually doing one of the talks for that. Chunk of my day that was worth it. That's awesome. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, everybody. Especially thank you to Bill. I sent Bill a note in the background and said, dude, I would be so much more stressed trying to answer questions while teaching if Bill wasn't here to chip in. I would be a ball of stress sitting in a pool of my own pee because I wouldn't have time to run to the restroom. So thank you, Bill, for keeping my chair dry. I very much appreciate it.
You're entirely welcome. And hey, Chris, just for reference, the chat in Zoom apparently has been disabled. So if you're interested in a demo, what we may ask you to do is to put them over in live webcast chat over on Discord or in QA. I'm not certain if we can get the messages from QA, but I think we'll do our best to go and get those back.
So info at countermeasures.com. Or, just go ahead and throw it in Discord. Casey's got nothing else she's doing. We'll make her dig through it.
Yeah. I'll be checking Discord tomorrow for demos. No problem.
Sounds great.
Awesome. Did I miss any questions that you guys think are worth covering?
I think we got most of them covered. You caught a bunch of them right on the class Discord discussion. So thank you, Chris.
Awesome. Can I re-enable the Zoom chat? No. They don't let me touch technology. That's always that never ends well. So unfortunately, Michael, I can't. But like we said, if you throw it into the Discord channel, I hope. Did I put my email address in here? Where'd my email address go? Okay, I'm gonna throw my email address in the chat. So if you get out of here, you have any questions, you want to see a demo, you just want to chat about threat hunting in general, whatever the case may be, that's my email and chat. Feel free to go ahead and drop me a note. Is there a hashtag option for demos like #demo? Make it easier to find. Hey, that would be a cool idea. Shelby's smart. We should ask her if she can do that. I'm not smart, so I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I'll go through it tomorrow and check it out.
Cool. Awesome. Hey, we're past the top of the hour, so let's be respectful of everybody's time. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you turning out, and we'll be doing one of these again probably in another, I'd say probably another 2 or 3 months. So we'll catch everybody on the flip side.
See ya.
Bye.
Later, folks. Bye-bye.